Ouais.
Michael, dehors, on sait faire un gong, quoi, s'il te plaît. Dehors, oui, bien sûr.
So now you receive only one microphone.
Yeah. Hello, thank you for being in your seats on time. I do appreciate that. As always, I'm going to encourage people to go this way and to just take up some room on this side as well, because we want to speak to the whole floor. We have a beautiful stage and half of it is on the other side. So I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I hope you made some good connections. I know there's people who want to connect with others, so hopefully you have made a number of good connections and reconnected with people you haven't seen in a while. So I'll just give you a moment or two to settle. We'll wait for the arrival of the President, and then we'll start with the next section of the day. So we'll start very, very soon. Thank you. So welcome back after lunch, and thank you for being on time. We're still waiting for some important people, but I'm sure they're having important conversations somewhere else. Meanwhile, that allows me the opportunity to give a longer introduction to this section, which is EIB Global Days. And it's going to be an opportunity to discuss the EU's impact in the world, beyond Europe, of course, and in particular, of course, the role of the EIB in supporting EU strategies and priorities in relation to partner countries. It's going to be a conversation about how working together, of course, partnerships is one of the themes of these 3 days, can reinforce mutual understanding and develop increasing numbers of partnerships, which do make a real difference to address the global challenges in a collective manner. And so at a time we're going to talk about the EU Global Gateway that's aimed at strengthening ties between the EU and its partners. All of this under the umbrella of a Team Europe approach, sort of an EIB Group Team Europe institution in itself. And this is instrumental in deploying financial support outside the EU as a fully integrated dimension of its role as the EU financial arm. And it does so always as it supports European priorities, building sustainable and trusted connections for people and the planet, and responding, of course, and we heard this in the housing section, to the regional, to the personal, to the citizen, and the national challenges and opportunities. The investments are tailored, they're always sustainable, and they're crucial to address so many of the global issues. Again, just to reiterate some of them: climate, polycrises, competitiveness, and the socio-economic development, of course. So in this section, we're going to hear about how to scale up support to the Ukraine in the long term for sustainable reconstruction and a successful path towards EU accession. We're going to hear about how to make the enlargement process a success and an opportunity for European competitiveness and prosperity. We'll hear more on energy security. We've heard already about this. It's an underlying and incredibly important theme. And the transition as a collective need for Europe to stand alone and to have solidarity, to remain close. And how partnerships can lead to positive impacts on health as a public good across the globe. And again, something we heard about yesterday, I remember it was in topics of conversation on the panel discussions, the critical need for raw materials. This is a global priority, and again, it's a key driver of sustainable industrialization and economic growth, both for the EU and its partners. Innovation, competitiveness and security in Europe, they go hand in hand, and they go hand in hand with the partners outside of Europe. I have a fabulous assistant here. This is Christelle. If you don't know her already, she's my walking, talking earpiece, but in real life without the earpiece. And she is reminding me, which I had not forgotten, that I'm going to launch a video for you. I'm just trying to extend the introduction because I can see a gap in the front row here, a very important gap, and she is our first speaker. So before President Calvino speaks, please watch this video, which is going to underline the importance of partnerships and collaboration.
The world may seem to be unpredictable and changing fast. That's why it's important to build stable partnerships with people around the globe, to help them become prosperous, to bring them security from famine and drought, to let them know what we stand for. In Ukraine, the European Investment Bank Group works to rebuild, protect and put the country on a path to EU accession. Together with the European Commission, we support urgent recovery and reconstruction projects. We are keeping schools open for children, modernising hospitals and empowering businesses to remain competitive and focus on the future.
The potential of every single industry in our country is incredible. We are worthy of your investment. It is investment in your future and ours.
A vaccine manufacturing plant in Senegal is helping countries across Africa respond to future health crises. Global projects like these are possible only when we work with European partners, countries, multilateral organizations, philanthropic institutions, United Nations agencies. We are always stronger together. Our projects address the most pressing global challenges and help to build a sustainable future for Europe and the world.
And now it's a pleasure to invite back to the stage President Calvino.
Well, good afternoon, dear commissioners, dear Marta, vice presidents, thank you, Director General, my dear Dr. Tedros from the World Health Organization, dear colleagues. It's really good to be here among so many partners and friends from the World Bank, from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the Islamic Development Bank, international financial institutions, the Commission, national development agencies and banks, such as the Agence Française de Développement, from the World Health Organization and Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, from the private sector, foundations, academia, as well as allies from across the globe, from Ukraine to Africa. I am so glad that we have gathered together, and in view of the current shifts of global alliances and geopolitical tensions, it feels even better to be here together. In fact, the history of this privileged part of the world, the European Union, and of this institution, the European Investment Bank Group, proves that prosperity is built upon strategic partnerships. We were founded when the enemies, former enemies of this continent, decided to put aside their differences, to join forces, pool resources, and address common challenges in a spirit of unity, determination, and solidarity. Foes became partners, walls turned to bridges. Actually, many of those bridges were funded by the European Investment Bank. And we invested together to develop our infrastructures, to integrate our markets, offer universal access to healthcare and education in every corner of this union. We saw how we prosper when our neighbors prosper. We saw that win-win outcomes are better, that with a cooperative approach, 2 + 2 is more than 4. Europe's commitment to partnerships is therefore not a naive romanticism, but an investment in the dividends of peace, the same dividends that are also paying off in our global relations. Because global growth, economic development, and deeper commercial ties opened markets for our goods and services. Europe became a trade powerhouse by striking more free trade agreements than any other major economy. And these deals are giving access to European companies, but also to the companies from the rest of the world, to the incredible internal market that is the EU. And that is why we continue to expand those trade agreements. This world order, based on cooperation and rules, benefited everyone, including Europe, but I would say even more so, the United States. The European Investment Bank Group invests around 10% of its actual annual operations in building strategic partnerships outside the EU. Last year, this translated into a record of 128 projects with almost 8 billion euros in new financing, very often complemented, depending on the guarantees from the European budget, which are absolutely indispensable for the EIB to take risk and to preserve its very strong AAA rating. We also have partnered with European and multilateral development banks, and thanks to these synergies, to the Team Europe approach, we maximize our impact and complementarity, crowding in private investment and bringing opportunities for sustainable growth and win-win solutions across the globe, like the ones that have been showed in this wonderful video. And this commitment, I think, to win-win solutions is going to be more important than ever in the years ahead, as the challenges are increasingly global in nature. Just to give one example, we all remember very well, we now know with absolute certainty that pandemics and diseases, they cross oceans. And that is why the European Investment Bank Group will continue to be a steadfast supporter of multilateral institutions and global partners like the World Health Organization or Gavi, because we need their expertise, their capabilities, and their dedication even more than ever before. And together, we are supporting the eradication of diseases such as polio by investing into global vaccine campaigns. And today, we're also signing here, actually in Luxembourg, an agreement with the World Health Organization that will boost Lebanon's epidemic preparedness and improve access to essential pharmaceuticals for both Lebanese citizens and refugees. In the same vein, climate change and its impacts do not stop as we have the passport controls or physical borders. So the only way to meet our global goals of securing a livable planet for our own children here in Europe is actually to support green investment in every corner of the globe. and from the energy efficiency investments that we're supporting in Chile or Egypt, the clean transport investments that we make in India. Only last week we joined the Africa Finance Corporation in supporting an infrastructure climate resilient fund, a landmark initiative to accelerate climate adaptation throughout the continent. It's clear that the European Investment Bank Group and the European Union, we are united with global development institutions in the firm belief that security and well-being of vulnerable populations from the Middle East to the Caribbean or women in Africa, supporting these goals also benefits Europe. It benefits all of us. And that's why we're joining forces to finance this shared prosperity. It's a no-brainer, although it sounds quite revolutionary these days. When we are all on the same boat, what is the right thing to do for other passengers is also the right thing to do for our own safety. And this is even more the case with Ukraine. I wanted to make a final reference to Ukraine. We signed earlier today the Armata very important agreements with representatives from the Ukrainian government, and the Deputy Prime Minister is also with us today and will be addressing us. It's very clear that Ukraine's security is Europe's security, and their cause is our cause. Since the start of the invasion, the EIB has supported Ukraine's economy and infrastructures. We have disbursed more than 2.2 billion euros, again, working together with the European Commission and with other global partners like the EBRD. Most notably, we were discussing that also earlier today, the Eurodeal, how to be more impactful and work better together. Recently, I was in Kiev. I met President Zelensky and Prime Minister and other ministers, and we agreed to mobilize 1 billion euros in new fresh financing for public and private sectors. Our support will not stop here, but right now it is making a difference on the ground, because these are not just numbers. We are talking about clean water for the people in Bucha, new trolley buses and trams to Ukrainian cities, restoring schools and kindergartens and hospitals for Ukrainian children, building shelters and emergency equipment to protect the energy security of the country. The European Union stands with Ukraine, and we look forward to a new phase, a phase of stable, fair peace, where we can focus on the reconstruction, the repair, and a bright future of the country within the European Union. Ukraine is our top priority right now. Western Balkans, Southern neighborhood, Africa, the rest of the world. Actually, our international partnerships are top, right and center of our agenda going forward. And these investments will remain a priority going forward, because global impact is a core component of our strategic roadmap. Today's discussions are going to be extremely helpful for us to redesign some of our instruments, see how to focus them so that we deliver maximum impact on the ground. And in this shifting landscape, it's more important than ever that we make the most of available financial resources, but even more important, that the European Union remains a beacon for all peoples that want to build a fairer and more peaceful world, and many of you are well represented today in this room. Our projects are concrete examples showing nations across the globe what Europe stands for. And if anything, the retrenchment or isolationism of other partners is actually open up the space for Europe to show that there is a better, a different path ahead, a path to shared prosperity, a better future for all. Let me say it loud and clear. This is Europe, and these are our values. And I'm proud to represent them here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, President Calvino. And now it's a great honor to welcome to the stage Dr. Tedros Ghebreyesus, who is the Director General of the World Health Organization.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you so much. The lights are so heavy. EIB President and my good friend, President Nadia Calvino, Excellencies, esteemed guests, dear colleagues and friends. Good afternoon, and it's a great pleasure to be here. And my thanks to President Calvino for your invitation and for your strong partnership and leadership. I'm also delighted to see former President Werner Hoyer here in the room, and I'm really pleased to see how the relationship between WHO and EIB that began under his tenure is now going from strength to strength under President Nadia. Since 2020, WHO and the European Investment Bank have worked hand in hand to advance global health, and together we have achieved remarkable progress. Through our collaboration, we have established new financial instruments to support critical health priorities, including polio eradication, primary health care, antimicrobial resistance, and malaria. I think President Calvino has said some of the partnerships, and you will excuse me if I repeat. We have brought together a diverse group of partners, from philanthropies to multilateral development banks, to drive innovative financial solutions for global health. Thanks to the leadership of the EIB, our partnership has expanded to include other multilateral development banks. Last year, the Islamic Development Bank and the African Development Bank joined WHO and EIB to establish the Impact Investment Platform, an initiative aimed at mobilizing 1.5 billion euros in investments for primary health care. The Health Impact Investment Platform marries the financial muscle of multilateral development banks and WHO's technical expertise to strengthen primary health care, which is the foundation of universal health coverage. The platform is already operational in Burundi, Ethiopia, the Gambia, Guinea-Bissau, Kazakhstan, Maldives, Morocco, Senegal, Uzbekistan, and Zambia, and many more countries are coming online. We have also introduced an innovative financing instrument of $500 million that links funding to performance for polio eradication. This was made possible through the collaboration of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, the European Commission, and UNICEF, and with of course, EIB leading. In 2024, EIB funds enabled UNICEF to procure over 600 million doses of oral polio vaccines to support the response to cases of polio in more than 30 countries. The benefits of these grants go far beyond polio in strengthening immunization systems and expanding essential health services to address many other health needs. As part of the Global Gateway strategy, we're also working with the European Commission, EU member states, the EIB, and African partners on the MAV Plus initiative, which aims to support local manufacturing of vaccines, medicines, and health technology in Africa. As you know, one of the key weaknesses exposed by the COVID-19 pandemic was inequitable access to vaccines and other medical countermeasures. So the MAV Plus initiative is very important for addressing this weakness based on the lessons learned from the pandemic. And just today, we announced the latest project in our partnership, a 10 million euro contribution to re-establish the Central Public Health Laboratory in Lebanon and expand access to essential medicines. This grant will help Lebanon to detect prevent, and respond rapidly to outbreaks of infectious diseases, and will also strengthen primary healthcare centers to supply medicines for 50,000 people with diseases, including diabetes, cardiovascular issues, and cancer. We're deeply grateful to EIB, especially to the President, for this generous grant, which will help strengthen Lebanon's health infrastructure at a critical time. WHO very much values our relationship with the EIB, and we look forward to deepening that relationship in the months and years ahead. Our teams are now working to develop new financial solutions to expand our partnership and strengthen our support for countries and expand the list of countries which I have already outlined earlier. I also thank the EU Commission, President Ursula von der Leyen, and the Team Europe for their strong and steadfast support for WHO and global health. We very much hope that health will remain a high priority in the Global Gateway Strategy and in the next multi-annual financial framework of the European Union, because investments in health are investments in competitiveness, innovation, and economic growth, as the theme of this forum indicates. My friends, I know you're all interested or expecting me to say something in what I have to say about the announcement by the United States that it intends to withdraw from WHO. So let me say a few words, because some of you have asked me earlier. We believe this decision is a lose-lose-lose. It's bad for WHO, but it's also bad for the United States, and it's bad for the world. Among the reasons given in the executive order for the US withdrawal are that WHO has failed to institute urgently needed reforms, and that the US contributes disproportionately more than China to WHO. In fact, over the past 7 years, we have implemented the deepest set of reforms in WHO's history to make us more effective, efficient, and impact-driven. Of course, change is a constant, and we have to continuously improve, and we would be happy to accept more changes, and we should. And one of the main areas of reform in the past 7 years has been financing of the organization. When we began our transformation, we identified, this is 7 years ago, our over-reliance on a handful of traditional donors as a major risk. And we have made several steps to broaden our donor base and mitigate that risk. We established the WHO Foundation to access new sources of funding, including the private sector. Last year, we conducted the WHO investment round, which helped to mobilize resources that we need to implement our global strategy over the next 4 years. And most significantly, our member states agreed to progressively increase assessed contributions to 50% of our base budget, which will make our funding more predictable, flexible, and sustainable. Together, these changes will transform WHO's financial stability over the long term and reduce the burden on traditional donors. So if this is what the US wants, that's also what WHO wants, broader donor base to have sustainable financing. So this cannot be a good reason to leave WHO. At the same time, we're taking additional steps to address the crisis we face now with a three-pronged approach. First, we're tightening our belts, realizing efficiency gains, and prioritizing to ensure we focus our efforts and our resources on the most critical programs that deliver the biggest impact in countries. Second, we're working to mobilize resources using instruments we have developed as part of our transformation. And third, we're working to engage the US and we would welcome the opportunity for constructive dialogue and hope they will reconsider. Meanwhile, we're continuing to work around the world to serve our member states and the people of the world. As we speak, WHO is responding to outbreaks of Ebola, Marburg, Mpox, and more. We're delivering humanitarian aid in Gaza, Sudan, Syria, Ukraine, and elsewhere. And we're supporting the rollout of malaria vaccines. We're working to eradicate polio. We're expanding equitable access to life-saving medicines. We're strengthening the foundations of health systems, especially primary health care, as I said, in partnership with EIB. We're supporting countries to promote health and address the root cause of disease in the air people breathe, the food they eat, the water they drink, their lifestyle, and the conditions in which they live and work, and so much more. WHO is a unique organization with a unique constitutional mandate, a unique global footprint, unique global expertise, and unique global legitimacy. Like the United Nations, of which we are part, WHO was born in the aftermath of the Second World War, in the recognition that the only alternative to global conflict was global cooperation. Our Constitution was the first instrument of international law to affirm that the highest attainable standard of health is a fundamental right for all people without distinction. But the writers of the Constitution went further in affirming that the health of all peoples is fundamental to the attainment of peace and security, and is dependent on the fullest cooperation of individuals and states. In other words, health can be a bridge to peace. In a fractured world, health is one area in which nations can work together across ideological and economic divides. Now more than ever, our fractured world needs a common cause to bring it together, and health can be that common cause. Health is not only a byproduct of peace, it can help to bring it about. Health is not only an outcome of development, but the means. Ultimately, health is not a luxury for the few, but a right for all. That's the right for which I and my WHO dedicated, committed people, honored to call my colleagues, will continue to work every day with the support of the EIB and other partners. Once again, I extend my sincere gratitude to President Calvino. I'm proud to call her my sister Nadia, and your colleagues at the EIB for all the support and specifically for your leadership. And thank you for your partnership and your commitment to a healthier, safer, fairer, and more peaceful world. I thank you, and thank you for this opportunity again. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Tedros there for that wonderful and extremely important speech. I'm sure there'll be lots of comments on that later through the media. And to our next speech, which is also pivotal, it's a great honor to invite to the stage Madam Yulia Sviridenko, the first Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Economy for Ukraine.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, for nearly 3 years, Ukraine has bravely resisted Russian aggression, and we highly value the efforts of European Investment Bank on strengthening our economy and on the strengthening Ukrainian statehood and independence. And due to support of you, of our partners, due to resilience of Ukrainian business, our economy has not only withstood but continued to grow. After a nearly 30% of decline of GDP in 2022, GDP grew by 5.3% in 2023, 3.6% last year, and we expected growth at least 3% this year. And the economists wrote that we are winning in economic terms compared to Russian economy. So thank you for supporting us in this fight. And we also see positive dynamic in terms of investment. I remember how at the beginning of the large-scale invasion, I frequently heard a very skeptical question: who would invest in Ukraine during the wartime? And over the past 3 years, we saw that war is not embargo on investment, and Ukrainian business here have remained the steadfast pillar of our economy, continue to invest, to develop, and actually demonstrating by these actions unwavering support to our country. But I would say that foreign business as well continue to operate in our country and to develop, and I believe that name like ArcelorMittal, like Kernel, ABH Holding are well known both in Ukraine and here in Luxembourg. And despite the severe challenges that we're facing right now, they continue to operate in Ukraine and support the economy and invest in new projects and give us hope for future. And today, investing in Ukraine is no longer merely a political statement. It's a tangible business proposal. Ukraine offers a wide range of opportunities. I think that everybody knows globally about critical raw materials that Ukraine has. So yes, it's true that Ukraine holds vast resources of titanium, lithium, lithium graphite, and other critical materials, manganese. And we want to develop a geological study, and we want to develop these deposits, and we want to proceed not only to export these raw materials, but we really look for the opportunities to be more self-sufficient, and processing of these raw materials is one of the ways how we can achieve it. Second is big opportunities in defense, which is obvious, and unfortunately, Ukraine looks like one big battlefield for testing new technologies. The capabilities of Ukraine's defense industry have grown 35 times over the past 3 years, 35 times. Ukraine has already established 5 joint ventures with Western arms manufacturers, and they realize that Ukraine now has innovations, engineers, production facilities, and experience in testing weapons in real-time conditions. So we're a good investment destination for them. The third direction that can strengthen the EU is a green transition and energy. With Europe's largest iron ore reserves in Ukraine, we can fully replace Russia in supplying iron ore, and in the future, green steel. Fifth, it's a technology. Ukraine ranks second in Central and Eastern Europe in terms of number of IT specialists, with a world-known products like DIA. And it's essential for us, a state, now we are maintaining all state service in a smartphone. So it's also export position, and we can offer it to Europe and globally. And last but not least, industrial capacity. With a rich engineering tradition and extensive industrial infrastructure, Ukraine is an attractive hub for production. And Ukraine is fully integrated into the EU market, offering access to all the advantages that single market provide. So, as you see, we can become Europeans' manufacturing, engineer, energy, and probably defense hub with efficient supply chains and proximity to the EU. I would say that I just want, there are so many pages, so I just want to jump in the most important things. Everybody knows about the damage that have been caused by the war. World Bank estimates this damage, but I think that we should look at them like the business opportunities. So 500 billion business opportunities in Ukraine. We need to involve private sector. We're not able to cover it with the public finance, it's obvious. So I think that business have chance to thrive and benefit from long-term perspective. At the President of European Investment Bank today remind to us that unity is our strength. And European solidarity means understanding that supporting Ukraine is not a charity, it's investment in shared peace and prosperity. By standing together, we can build a future where Ukraine is fully integrated in the European family, bolstering both our security and Europe's leadership in the global economy. Thank you for your attention. Let us continue to work hard in hand and ensure that Ukraine's determination translates into a brighter future for all of us. And thank you once again for standing with Ukraine and for Ukraine. Slava Ukraini! Дякую.
Thank you so much to Minister Sviridенko for that talk. And thank you to the first three speeches of this section of the afternoon. But now we're going to move on to the first panel entitled Seizing the Opportunities of EU Enlargement. The prospect of this presents opportunities to strengthen Europe's security, as we've already heard, stability and sovereignty. So please welcome to the stage Marta Koz, European Commissioner for Enlargement.
All the member states are confronted with three big challenges: the challenge of peace, the challenge of freedom, and the challenge of prosperity. And all those challenges can only be met through the European dimension. These are not my words, but I use them as the motto of my mandate. Does it sound familiar? Ladies and gentlemen, these are the words from the first President of the European Parliament, Simone Weil, and she said them in 1979 during her first speech as a President of the European Parliament. And in this same speech, she described Europe as an island of freedom surrounded by regimes where force prevails. And she argued that to safeguard peace, freedom, and prosperity in Europe, we should bring in and stabilize Greece, Spain, and Portugal, who had just freed themselves from dictatorship. In the 90s and early 2000s, we followed the same model. To stabilize our continent, we brought the newly free countries of Central and Eastern Europe into the European Union. My Slovenia was part of it. It happened in 2004. This was our way to react to the biggest geopolitical realignment on our continent since the Second World War. And to this day, this has been one of the greatest geopolitical successes of our Union. Today, we are again seeing the acceleration of a geopolitical realignment that has been going on for many years, but which is shaking the foundations of our continent. We face not just Russia, but increasingly the indifference of our oldest ally. And also today, as we see the tide of freedom receding on the global stage, and Europe once again at risk of becoming an island, the European dimension is the only way to meet the challenges we face: peace, freedom, and prosperity, as in Simone Weil's time, and I would add, security. Today, we once again need to stabilize our neighborhood as we have done in the 80s and again in the 2000s. But unlike in those past attempts, we are now facing adversaries who do everything they can to see us fail. And this is the biggest change in all the enlargement before. Never before there were external destructive forces who wanted to see Europe fail. And this is why I believe that the geopolitical situation we face demands bold decisions. To successfully enlarge our union at this historic juncture, we need to work towards a faster and deeper integration of candidate countries in areas such as the internal market, energy and defense, first and foremost in Ukraine. In this endeavor, I have the support of the whole Commission. In her mission letters, President von der Leyen has tasked every single member of her college to play an active role in supporting candidate countries. This means our candidates cannot just count on me, but on the expertise and dedication of the entire Commission. We showed that last week when President von der Leyen and we, the whole college of commissioners, went to Kiev. With us, we had an ambitious energy security package, mirroring what we had earlier done in Moldova with the help of Commissioner Dan Jørgensen. This package will fully integrate Ukraine into the EU electricity market, but also unlock the full potential of Ukraine's vast gas storages. 80% of them are located close to the EU member states. And this will generate income for Ukraine, and it will increase the energy security for both the European Union and Ukraine. It's a win-win. We also are working on plans to accelerate the integration of Ukraine into many more parts of the single market, to attract more investments, to strengthen Europe-wide value chains, and to create new opportunities, not just for the Ukrainian, but also for the European businesses. And this will be a stepping stone to speed up the reconstruction of Ukraine, which has already started. Under the skillful guidance of Commissioner Dombrovskis, we have also taken bold steps to the proceeds from immobilized Russian assets in the EU to provide around 45 billion of G7 extraordinary revenue acceleration loans, which is giving Ukraine much needed liquidity in these difficult times. And then there is defense. Here, the very same logic applies, but it's somewhat reversed manner. In defense, Ukraine has a lot to give. The integration of its highly innovative and thriving defense industry, as we have heard, with its capacity to scale, could be a fire starter for a much more integrated European defense market. Ukraine can be an enormous asset for a European Union that has to take more responsibility for our own security. The new Rearm Europe plan proposed by President von der Leyen earlier this week and aiming to mobilize close to 800 billion euro is a step in this direction. If adopted, the European Investment Bank will play a crucial role to ensure its success. I love to say that accession to the European Union is not a sprint, it is a marathon. It takes dedication, resilience, and steady progress. But every step forward brings real, tangible benefits long before the finish line is reached. Just as marathon runner passes key milestones on the way, candidate countries can achieve important reforms, attract investments, and strengthen their economies throughout the journey. Enlargement is not just about the destination, it is about the transformation along the way. The EU is supporting this journey by further integrating candidate countries into the European energy, defense, and internal market, and also by providing funding, expertise, and access to key programs that help modernize institutions, improve infrastructure, and create opportunities for citizens and businesses. And this is why we are front-loading some of these benefits through our 3 facilities: the Ukraine facility, the Reform and Growth facility for the Western Balkans, and as soon as adopted, also the Reform and Growth facility for Moldova. I'm talking about 50 billion, 6 billion, and 1.9 billion for the last Moldova facility. Here we are working closely with international financial institutions which can benefit from EU loan guarantees to facilitate investments in areas like infrastructure, education, and technological innovation. Thanks to our strong partnership with the EIB, EBRD, the World Bank Group, and our European financial institutions, we are amplifying the impact of the EU budget by mobilizing additional funding and engaging the private sector. Without the private sector, we cannot do a lot. Take an example from Ukraine. Last September, a consortium led by French investor Xavier Niel invested more than €500 million in acquiring and merging LifeCell, one of Ukraine's largest mobile operators, and data group Volia, one of Ukraine's largest fixed telecom and pay television providers. This historic transaction will support the growth and modernization of Ukraine's telecom infrastructure in line already with EU standards. It was also the first major investment by a new market entrant and major strategic investor since the full-fledged invasion, and it was made possible thanks to a joint loan by the EBRD and IFC, which was backed by EU and French guarantees. Thank you for this. Deals like this are a clear vote of confidence in the European future of candidate countries and their economic potential, and a proof that we can achieve great things by joining efforts. With the Ukraine facility, the EU is backing Ukraine with long-term, reliable support. Besides substantial budget support and technical assistance under the Ukraine investment framework, we are providing financial guarantees and grants that are already making a difference. So far, we have secured 1.4 billion euro to help Ukraine rebuild. And by working with financial partners like the European Investment Bank and the EBRD, we unlocked an additional 6 billion in investments, strengthening Ukraine's energy system, rebuilding cities, and boosting its economy. Today, we have signed a new, as we have heard, EU guarantee with the EIB that will unlock additional 2 billion for investments in critical public sector projects. And this guarantee will further support urgent recovery and reconstruction projects in Ukraine, targeting critical infrastructure, including energy, transport, housing, water and heating, while also advancing the country's EU integration. And we are doing all this, negotiating for the EU membership during the country is at war. This is the first time that we are negotiating for the membership with one country being at war. Similarly, in the Western Balkans, as I have said, we have mobilized 6 billion euro in grants and loans to drive economic reforms and speed up the accession process, as well as the integration into the EU single market. The Western Balkan Investment Framework is the key platform for the implementation of the Reform and Growth Facility, and we count on the existing good collaboration with EIB and other institutions to ensure that the facility delivers on its ambitions. And similar growth plan for Moldova, I was already telling, 1.9 billion. In addition to our facilities, the Commission has also been actively engaging with the EIB and with the Turkish authorities to prepare the ground for the bank's re-engagement in Turkey in priority sectors. So long as Turkey is willing to engage constructively while respecting our fundamental values, we are ready to work together. Our goal is clear. We invest in our future by investing in our candidates and partners. Stronger financial incentives, faster and deeper market integration will benefit all of us. And this brings me to my final point, reforms. Just like loan guarantees, de-risk investments, so do the reform that we are helping candidate countries implement in their accession path. Why do we insist so much on the rule of law? Because it is a crucial economic factor. Investors need to be confident that contracts will be upheld, regulations will remain stable, and disputes can be fairly resolved in court. Our efforts to integrate our candidates deeper and faster into our single market can only pay dividends if European investors and businesses know they will find a business climate that is predictable and safe. So, when I speak about enlargement today, of course, it is different than it was 5 years back. There is a new geopolitical momentum. But enlargement is not a favor to candidate countries. It is an investment into our peace, freedom, prosperity, and security. And every reform is a step towards a stronger economy, a fairer society, and a future within the European Union. And with the EU support and guarantees, that future does not have to wait. Investment opportunities and progress can start now only if we dare, and we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Kos. And now, to follow on from this, a great pleasure to welcome to the stage Odile Renaud-Bassot, who is the President of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development.
Thank you very much, and very happy to be here to discuss enlargement challenges and opportunities. And I think that the Commissioner Koss has rightly highlighted the strategic importance of EU enlargement. This is a very timely discussion, and as she said, we can all see that geopolitical developments have created a new momentum for enlargement. A new dynamic is in play. It brings with it new opportunities, both for candidate countries, but also for the EU itself. And this new global landscape offers great potential to achieve three goals. First, to further unite the continent. Second, to enlarge the single market. And third, to stimulate more economic growth. And this is true for the countries joining the EU or preparing to join the EU, as well as for the whole EU. These opportunities go with challenges. Geopolitical tension, war in Ukraine, divisions and tensions in the Western Balkans, needed reform in the EU to be able to function with a much larger number of members. But I believe that we really need to build on the momentum to make rapid progress. And multilateral development banks can play a crucial role in supporting this momentum and contributing to the success of enlargement, both individually, each MDB, but also in partnership with each other. One of them, of course, our host today is the EIB. But EBRD supporting and accompanying enlargement is also at the core of our mandate. And we can build upon the experience of the first wave of enlargement that took place in the mid-2000s. MDBs mobilize vital investments and advance policy alignment with EU standards. And we work in close partnership with EU institutions, and the Commission in particular, and national governments to ensure candidate countries are ready for successful integration. Our mandate, historically, is to help build open market economies. And we have always recognized that such a transition to open market economies must be rooted in shared values and adherence to the rule of law. When looking at the first wave of EU enlargement, we can see that the transformation of the economies that took place was extremely deep. And we have provided both finance and policy support on price and trade liberalization, privatization, institutional reforms. Progress in Central and Eastern Europe has also brought the development of a vibrant SME sector, effective regulation of key infrastructure sectors, and the restructuring of heavy industry to become competitive. In all, 11 of our countries of operation have now become, and now for more than 20 years ago, become EU members. And the economies which joined in the EU in 2004, have enjoyed an EU accession bonus. There's a benefit from EU accession beyond what could have been expected purely from income convergence and macroeconomic growth of around 17 percentage points, so huge stimulus. And this enlargement also stimulated growth in the EU itself, increasing its growth potential. Looking forward, institutions such as the EBRD and the EIB have a unique and important role to apply the lessons learned so far to a new generation of EU candidates. And they include Ukraine, Moldova, and countries in the Western Balkans. The finance the EBRD alone has provided to these enlargement countries is considerable. Cumulative investment in these countries so far is approaching 50 billion euros. In Ukraine, EBRD deployed more than 6.3 billion euros since 2022, supporting the country's real economy, and 58% of this financing in the private sector, but also key infrastructure, as it was mentioned before. So how can our targeted investment and private sector development in candidate countries support the new wave of EU enlargement process today? Enlargement is not just a matter of formal policy alignment and taking the acquis communautaire. It's about economic transformation and building economies that thrive in the single market. This is core to the Copenhagen criteria, which stress the market economy and competitiveness. And to achieve this, both reforms and investments are required. Because I'm a banker, I will start with investments. We as MDB can play an important role in this area, starting with the mobilization of capital and de-risking investments. MDBs help narrow the gap and level the playing field for companies in the candidate countries. These investments support the functioning of the market economy and also help businesses with increased market pressures once they have joined the single market. Let's take the example of SMEs, which illustrates this point perfectly. Despite their vital economic role, their SMEs often struggle with significant shortages of management skills, access to finance, and ability to adapt to digital and green transition. That's why both finance and advisory work are needed to help SMEs improve, grow, and become attractive to private lenders. We do this hand in hand with the European Commission. For instance, with the Regional SME Competitiveness Policy Priorities Programme to enhance competitiveness of small businesses in 6 Western Balkan countries. Working with the EU through the Western Balkans investment framework, we have jointly achieved significant results that support their European integration and that I think none of us could have achieved alone. Similarly, we appreciate EU initiative and efforts with growth plans for the Western Balkans and Moldova. And there are a potential game changer and reflect just the right sort of pragmatism. Because I think these new plans bring some of the benefits of EU membership in advance of accession. So creating a dynamic and giving access to some part of the EU policies ahead of the full accession. This boosts economic growth, accelerate much needed socio-economic convergence, and should, at the end, speed up enlargement. So finance is key to our work, but finance alone is not enough. And we need to support essential policy reform and the creation of what I call soft infrastructure, which is needed for a positive enabling environment for the private sector. Let me take 2 examples in Ukraine, for example. We are supporting very actively Ukraine reform architecture, which allows us, with EU support and other donor support, to finance experts, focusing on reform, on supporting EU accession, and improving project implementation capacity, which is so much needed at the current juncture in Ukraine. And we are implementing the same approach in Moldova. Another example related to Ukraine is energy security. One route to providing this is supporting full market integration with the EU. And to do that, you need to implement solutions to monitor energy market abuses. This is a key requirement for EU integration, and it also promotes market coupling and unlock private investment while advancing decarbonization through renewable energy exchange. Turning to Western Balkans and taking an example for this region, we provided a 100 million euros loan to the North Macedonia Electricity Utility, ESM, and with policy reform to support the implementation of the Energy Community Reform Agenda. And in Moldova, our gas storage investments and facilitation of energy trading, vital to address the country's energy crisis, have supported EU energy legislation. So mixing up project financing and policy reform is really key to make progress to towards the enlargement. Many of the reforms we support are critical for the systemic change required to progress to the next stage of the enlargement process and joining the EU. The prospect of accession for many countries has been and is a key incentive which encourages reforms which facilitate investment and development of private sectors. This is really a virtuous positive circle. To conclude, I would just like to make two comments. First of all, we really need to build collectively, to build on the existing momentum for enlargement and to make concrete progress, so as to overcome the risk of enlargement fatigue that we sometimes see in the Western Balkans. This is why having this dynamic approach, allowing to access some of the EU policies as far as progress are made, is so important, and I think it's a very promising avenue. The other comment I want to make as a conclusion is that you can count on EBRD commitment, working very closely with other IFIs and in EIB in particular, but also all other partners, to continue playing a major role in preparing candidate countries for EU enlargement and as a strong and reliable partner of Team Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Odile. We're running a little late, so I'm going to quickly call on the panel for this afternoon, the first panel this afternoon. Kim Jorgensen, Permanent Representative of the European Investment Bank to the European Union, will moderate this panel. And the panelists are Dimitri Alaiba, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Economic Development and Digitalization from Moldova, Paolo Papanicolaou, Chief of International Banks Division at Intesa Sanpaolo, Robert de Groot, Vice President, the European Investment Bank, Antonella Bassani, Vice President, Europe and Central Asia Region of the World Bank, and Vahe Hovhannisyan, Minister of Finance, Armenia.
Is the sound on? So thanks a lot, and also thanks to the co-panelists here. And I think I will start with what the Commissioner ended with. The Commissioner said, if we dare, and we do. And I have been quite much involved in enlargement processes myself, and I remember the historical EU presidency in Denmark in 2002, where 2 months before the summit in Copenhagen, nobody believed that we will have a chance to conclude. And even at the summit, things dragged on, and the gala dinner with the Danish Queen was giving to the policemen, and the prime ministers were giving lousy sandwiches to keep the focus a little bit more on the substance. So I think, again, now 21 years after, it's again time for bold decisions, and the bold decisions are certainly needed. We are in a very different geopolitical situation, and as the Commissioner said, for the first time we are negotiating with a country at war, and the candidate countries is also at very different stages. So we also have seen very bold initiatives, sort of like the growth plan for the Western Balkans. I think that's quite of needed. And financing, of course, is also needed. And EIB, we have been in all the enlargement processes since '73. And then I think it's also very good to see the huge effort made by the current Polish presidency and the upcoming Danish presidency. I know are also keen to close and to advance as much as possible. So I think with these words, I will now join my co-panelist and Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Development and Digitalization in Moldova, Dimitri Alaiba, and then Antonella Bassani, Vice President for Europe and Eastern Asia in the World Bank, and Robert de Groot, Vice President here at EIB, and Vahe Hovhannisyan, Minister of Finance of Armenia, and then Paula Papanicolaou, Chief of International Banks and Intesa Sanpaolo. So I will start with you, Minister Dimitru, Moldova and the package that the Commission has launched of 1.5 billion for Moldova. How are you seeing that, and how are you taking that process forward, and what are your priorities?
Thank you so much, Kim. It's really great to be here and to exchange ideas, and congratulations to the friends and partners from EIB for such an event. Indeed, the way we put it in order to really illustrate what this financial package, the growth plan as we call it, means for Moldova, it's really an opportunity to speed up. It's an opportunity to double our economy in the next decade. It's a very clear vision of what we need to do in order to speed up the economic growth, which reforms and the sequencing of these reforms that is put in place need to be implemented as soon as possible in order to unlock growth. And this is really also my message to investors, that investing now in Moldova means at least doubling or even tripling your money in the next 10 years. And that's, again, not fantasy, and it's not wishful thinking. It's really the path that has been, and the transformation that has seen half of the European continent 20 years ago. And we are, Moldova, Ukraine, we are exactly at this point of a few years before and a few years after accession. This is how we see it. We don't plan to waste too much time. We want to speed up on the reforms. We want to speed up on the negotiations in order to ensure for our people that European integration is not only about idea, it's not only values. We share the European values, and we have proven it time and again. But in order to attract as many people as possible to support European integration, it has to be also about prosperity. And the growth plan and the investment plan that is, the investment pipeline that would come with it is a huge opportunity to do exactly that, to provide prosperity for our people, to show that European integration delivers for each person, regardless of their, the language they speak and where they live, and regardless of the gender and so on. It's really about that, and of course the contribution and our partnership with European Investment Bank, with EBRD, is vital to this in order to fund these meaningful projects, from education to social infrastructure to roads, bridges, energy, and many other directions, in order to really show transformative power of European integration. You walk on streets few hundred kilometers west from Moldova, and you really don't recognize the place compared to 20 years ago. And this is what can happen in Moldova, and this is really our message to our people, and this is what the opportunity behind this unprecedented financing package means. In order to really deliver for our people, and to turn these uncertainties into also an investment opportunity, be it about the energy, be it about the infrastructure, be it about the private sector. It's a country that can change and can change fast, and we've proven it time and again. And this is, again, it's a really good moment for Moldova.
Thanks a lot. Now, the Commission changed sort of the methodology of enlargement a couple of years ago, and now we have 6 clusters. So I mentioned the current Polish and the upcoming Danish presidencies. What are your ambitions? How far do you think you can be able to go this year?
Well, as fast as possible, and spare no time and no energy on this. And really, it's we really we've missed a lot of opportunities in the last 3 decades. I'm sure we could have been there a long time ago. We could have been there in the 2000s. We could have been there in the 2010s. Unfortunately, corruption. Unfortunately, of course, not without the Kremlin's help to keep us stuck. We have missed a lot of opportunities, and we do not want to waste any time. So our target, our deadline, and we're serious about 2030. I'm confident it's feasible. We're a small country. Small countries have the advantage of moving very fast. Europe is full of small countries that have done it in a few years, and this is exactly our standard, let's say.
Okay, thanks a lot. And then I will turn to you, Paola. Sorry, would you suggest any sort of improvement in the financial instruments that we provide and how the finances sort of work in the candidate countries, and what do your company actually do to help the candidate countries?
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. So let's start from the products and the solutions. I think, and the experience we have built with you is an experience of innovation. So the product, the solutions and the services we provide to our clients in partnership are the derivative of something, of a thoughtful initiative. Also by listening to what the country, the clients would need. So Intesa Sanpaolo has an international presence. We are in 25 countries, and in 12 of them, we operate through banks. We have been long-term investors in most of these countries. We have a presence in many countries that are now entering, and hopefully will enter pretty soon, the EU. So Moldavia is one of those, Serbia is another, Bosnia is another, and moving forward, Albania, and so on, and Ukraine that we heard before. We have had a very long-term presence, and we believe that working together with an institution like EIB is fundamental. In the last 5 years, we have provided close to 700 million of resources together, and over half of those have been addressed to non-EU countries. What we believe as an institution and as a partner, as I was saying, both of the countries and the economy, is that a bank is not only to operate transactions, okay, this is our main activity, but in reality, what we must do and what we embrace a lot as Intesa Sanpaolo is to advise, sustain, growth of individuals, growth of companies, and growth of countries. We are working closely with the countries, for example, also a lot in supporting public finance and relevant, impactful projects in infrastructure. A second very important pillar on which we believe, and we have taken also ambitious targets, numeric targets, and we are one of the few banks that has numeric targets, is ESG and energy transition. And we are working a lot on that. For example, recently together we have defined a package of 160 million in Serbia that are to support energy transition, innovation, and SMEs. So I think there are very concrete actions we can put in place. And it is very important to be on the ground as well, very on the ground, to understand which are the needs, the upcoming needs. And again, as I was saying, sustaining, starting from the individuals. So we're looking at the video before in Ukraine. It's also supporting the culture, the education, supporting the people in need to get an education. And for instance, something we are working on and we are doing is we are also opening foundations in the countries where we are. And it's a way to give back in a different way, but to give back, sustain, and believe in the growth of that country.
Very good, and thanks a lot, and very inspiring to hear. But what about the World Bank then, Antonella, to turn to you? I mean, how much have you engaged, and how do you actually see your role in the current situation?
Thank you very much, and let me first start by saying it's a true privilege to be here participating in this EIB forum to discuss how the World Bank Group is supporting countries going through their accession process, and how we can help ensure their success even beyond membership. The EU accession process for us is a catalyst for growth, for jobs, for prosperity. And so we really focus on supporting it with all the means we have. We are committed to its mission, and we support it through financial resources, through technical assistance, to policy advice, and to help countries navigate through this process. And our support starts early. From the time when we define country partnership strategies, we look at possible reforms and investment countries want our support for, and match them with the requirements of EU accession process. So to give an example, take Moldova and Ukraine, which are undergoing and advancing ambitious and fast-paced accession efforts. We have mapped every single activity of the World Bank Group against specific EU chapter, negotiating chapters, in order to make sure that we target our support to where is most needed, and we also strengthen the capacity of our team to provide the best advice and support we can. In this country, there's an example of how we support institutional reform and strengthening to advance on those processes, including support for strengthening anti-corruption measures, competition policy, private sector support, modernizing public administration, or advancing the rule of law. Another example is the work we do in the Western Balkans, where clearly regional economic integration will be very critical for advancing the accession process. And there we focus on elements such as trade and transport connectivity, trying to address constraint to that. We are supporting a project already in its second phase to try to simplify trade procedure, digitize, automate trade, and improve trade logistics. And another area is financial integration. In the Western Balkans, if you are a small or medium-sized enterprise and you want to transfer 5,000 euro, for instance, within the Western Balkans region, it costs 10 times more than if you do it through the SIPA. And there again, we are trying to support their efforts to leverage the SIPA integration with already Albania and Montenegro making good progress this year. One other area of support for us is infrastructure development, and we are working very closely there with EIB and EBRD and other development partners. And overall, one lesson from our experience in supporting accession countries is that this is a dynamic process. It requires adaptability, continuous reform, and a commitment over the long term. And this is why our engagement often does not stop at accession. We are still working with some countries who have become members to further support their institutional development and administrative capacity, such as in Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, or Croatia. In conclusion, we are strongly supported to this process. We focus our assistance in accession countries to support the accession process, and we look forward to continue to do so in close partnership with EIB, EBRD, and other development partners and multilateral institutions. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Maybe asking a question on where you ended. I mean, how do you see the division of labor between you and us and EBRD and other financial institutions?
I believe we're working very closely together and always looking for additional ways to improve our cooperation. Actually, it was just last week I was meeting with EBRD and this week with EIB because we have a very common agenda and the needs of our countries are very significant, so any one of us is not sufficient. I think we leverage each other, both financial and expertise, very well. And we do it in particular in areas where we can advance not individual projects, but large programs that have a multi-year, multi-sectoral approach.
Okay, thanks a lot. And then turning to you, Robert, we talked about the growth plan for the Western Balkans. Can you give me some sort of concrete examples on how the EIB are supporting the Western Balkan countries?
Well, thank you very much, and not a surprise to anybody, I think, that for the EIB group, supporting accession is a key strategic priority. And sometimes we inside the European Union forget how difficult it is to go through this whole process, and I think we have to do our utmost to support the candidate countries in this process. And I was struck very much by what the Commissioner has said, transformation along the way, and also what Odile said, investment is not enough. And I think if you add those two together, we should do much more than just mandated by the Commission, do investments in accession countries. This is about planning, it is about procurement, it is about reforms, and the EIB group is lucky enough to have a very strong, extensive advisory support unit with many engineers and many economists to help the countries in the accession process to move on. And if you ask for examples, the technical expertise you need to be able to bring across a very good infrastructure project or energy project or even education, and like Odile said, be active in reaching out to small and medium-sized enterprises. This requires a lot of knowledge, and what we would like to go, and we partner with the EBRD quite a bit, is to jointly see, including the extensive usage of our advisory service, to bring the best results to the investments we are doing in the region.
Thanks a lot. Maybe, Paola, you could, I don't know if you can elaborate a little bit on this use of technical advice. You said in your intervention also that the presence on the ground was very important, and you mentioned a couple of sectors.
Yes, so it's not only a matter of having the right product and of course the finance that we do by default, but if we want to support the growth in countries and the growth of individuals and the growth of companies, what we need to do is to somehow support them during the way. So let's say that providing the finance is the first step, but just the first step. But then supporting the transformation, we were talking before about transformation, this is a key element. And to do that, the way is to advise. To do the advice, we need to have the competencies also. So it's putting together, and here is where the partnerships are needed. So we are a financial institution, so we are pretty good in numbers. Still, if we want to support companies, there are other parts. There is the cultural change, there is the competence, there is the technology, there is the innovation. So finding the right partnerships and the right competencies to bring them to the company through the capillarity of the branches, of the banks, of the relationship managers we have on the ground, and that they speak to the clients daily. I think this is something that really supports that marathon the Commissioner was talking about. And it's really supporting and being next to the country in the different counterparties to support that change in a continuous mood and way.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot. I have to say that when I joined the EIB, I knew about all the money, but I had no clue about the value of the technical advice, and that's actually really an important part of the whole business model for all of us, I think. But maybe then let me turn to you, Minister of Finance from Armenia. Your parliament in February, I think, was adopted a resolution on EU, and you have initiated a process. So how are you seeing the main challenges, and how are you actually also seeing the DCFTA, that you have the deep and comprehensive free trade agreement with the European Union?
Thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to be in this wonderful panel. First of all, I want to say that this initiative which you are mentioning is coming from our society. So people signed and gave this order to the parliament to approve it. So this is aspirations of our people in our country. And if if we talk about benefits of Armenia by accessing European Union, I think we have to also look at the benefits of European Union by accepting Armenia, because otherwise, I mean, this marriage will not happen. And there are a couple of things that we have to look at. One is most probably the infrastructure gap that we are having, and the prosperity in our country that we are having. In the past few years, we have doubled our GDP per capita, but it's still around $8,000, and I think we still have a way to go to be closer to the European average. I think that one other important program that we are doing and we have offered to our neighbors is the Crossroads of Peace, where, because you know that our region was suffering by a long-lasting conflict, and we now see that having a peaceful resolution and partnership in the region is essential. And I'm happy that EIB is also financing, helping us to finance part of that infrastructure, and I think that that will help also to Armenia to be part of the middle corridor, which is also, I think, very important for Europe to have an alternate connection to China. And if we are talking about mechanism on how we can work with our international partners, of course, in recent years, we invest in the infrastructure with our colleagues. We do lots of reforms, and we are very fast in doing them. But I think there is one important aspect that we are focusing on now, which is the attraction of the foreign direct investment. And I thought that, especially by using our private arms of international organizations, we could try to have innovative solutions to attract, to bring in some foreign investors to invest in our countries, and to think of a mechanism to co-finance that investment. And I think this is something that maybe we could further explore to see if that can work. And of course, I mean, whatever we are doing now, I think we are quite successful in this cooperation. And maybe worth mentioning that I'm happy to see that with EIB, we are in recent 2 years, we are very actively working on new projects, and hopefully they will be very successful. Thanks.
Thank you very much. You mentioned that this parliamentary resolution basically sort of came from society. So how are the voters, the populations, how are they looking at a possible candidate status for Armenia?
Yeah, there's lots of excitement when the parliament accepted this, because it was based on the, as I said, on the signatures of our citizens. And but we have to make sure that we are moving fast, that our people do not have to wait for many years till that happens. I mean, their understanding is that this law means lots of things, but we have to, we all know that there's still a long way to go to reach there.
And maybe again, turning again to you, Robert, also, I mean, our support maybe to the Western Balkans and Armenia. I don't know if you want to add a little bit on that.
Well, the numbers are going to grow, and we are very happy, for example, in Armenia to already have reached the 1 billion, and I think the same holds for Moldova, where we've signed about 30 billion. Of course, the Western Balkans is a bit more, where we've been working every year for quite a while. So, but let's not forget that also the situation amongst the Western Balkan six is quite different, and some are moving quite rapidly. For example, Montenegro, I can clearly see an impetus happening in Albania, and some others a little bit less. But we continue to interact with them on a daily basis and try to get these projects across the line, and especially those infrastructure projects which are cross-border. Because I think when it comes to people in the region being able to communicate with each other, to have mobility in that very difficult region, I mean this in a geophysical way, I think that is where things started, has been said by colleagues here on the stage too, but we have to continue to work and get these things done. And in all of the countries, for example, in the Western Balkans region, it means they have to adapt their laws, their regulations. They have to set up their agencies, their procurement agencies, their planning agencies. And this is a lot of work, which I fully understand. And at the same time, there's the population which wants things to move very fast. And it's always, I think, a dilemma and a challenge to be able to satisfy both. But in the end, this is all about transformation along the way of cooperating with them, which we will do every day also in the next years.
Thanks a lot. I think we have time for a couple of questions. So I hope there will be questions out there. It's a bit difficult to see, but if there are anyone who wants to have comments or ask questions, then please raise your hand and also introduce yourself. Okay. Yeah. So nobody wants to ask any questions. So maybe, I don't know, Commissioner, if you want to comment a bit on what you have heard here on stage.
Whatever I do as a commissioner with my team, I always start with the question, why? Because if we do not know why, how we could come to the best answers to how and what. So why do we enlarge? Why is the European Union today bigger than it was right after the war when 6 countries decided to become a member of the EU? So why are we enlarging today? Because we are unifying Europe. Until many steps in the history, it wasn't possible to be together because we had an Iron Curtain, because some countries lived behind this Iron Curtain. We had the Berlin Wall. And then when those barriers went away, it became possible. When we have signed deep and comprehensive FTAs with Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia, we didn't imagine that they will apply for the membership. So that's why they got really very good deep and comprehensive FTA compared to the Western Balkan countries. And when I was talking to people from Kiev, from the government, they told me that on the second night when they have been in shelter after the war started, they decided to apply for the membership. And I asked the Minister of Foreign Affairs, how did you come to this idea? And he told me this was the best idea we ever had. So they have seen opportunities joining the EU. My portfolio is very interesting. I have Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, Western Balkan, the 3 countries I have mentioned. But perhaps soon, I don't know if anybody is from Iceland, perhaps soon my portfolio will be bigger with Iceland. We are already talking to them. And when I asked them, you know, we have already finished 11 chapters in the past negotiating. And when I asked them why, they told me, we want to belong to a community of values and democracy. Can you imagine? probably European Union, if it goes like it is going on now, will became or will be the only island of democracy and values. And this is not easy today. You know, when I speak about the geopolitics today and how to bring all the member states, perhaps also Armenia, in the EU, then I am confronted with the paradox or discrepancy could be between the geopolitics and the necessities of bringing all of the candidate countries as soon as possible into the EU. When I was at the Munich Security Conference, one of the US congressmen asked me, but you know, if we want to have Ukraine in the EU, let's take them in tomorrow. I said, you know, it doesn't work like this. It really doesn't work like this. So it's not an easy process. You said that you wanted to have a marriage at the end. So of course, also European Union has to be in favor of you. But first it is, and this is a bit of my joke, first it is merit-based, that it can be marriage-based. So merit-based means that all the candidate countries have to deliver, that we can have a marriage at the end. It's not easy, but we support you, and we have all the money until the new MFF, until the 27, until now. So we have all the money now, so it is the right time. Then you have also said for the MENA, I liked it, you know, that our people do not have to wait for the EU membership. When my country got independent, you know, I grew up in the communist Yugoslavia. And I grew up 15 kilometers away from the Austrian border, and we didn't think about becoming a member of this capitalist world, which is not that fair as our communist world is good. And I have been asked many times, why didn't you move to Austria if the borders have been open from Yugoslavia to Austria? I said, why? Our life was good. It wasn't that good, but we have open doors for all of us. So for me, when I say why, first it is about, for us, EU, it is about unifying, it is about unification of Europe. And I will now close with this. Not the United States of America will bring any country in the EU, only we can do this, and not Russia will bring any country in the EU. We only can do this together. And it's great what we are doing now, but we shouldn't forget that, you know, we have had many crises before in our history, and we have managed all. So I see the opportunity today when we have to answer to what is happening in the US. It's a big opportunity to us, for Europeans, to show, yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I think we have to finish here. I'm sorry there was a question here, just to say that we have heard a lot about also Team Europe approach, and I think that's extremely important that we work in this Team Europe approach, but I think we also need to work in a team financial institutions approach, but that I think is also what we do. So thanks a lot to the panelists, and thanks a lot to the Commissioner, thanks a lot to Odile, thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the Sting Master as well. Thank you very much indeed. We're going to have a coffee break. We all need to move again and just to become recaffeinated. We'll be back here at 30 past.
And I extend my gratitude to EIB for hosting this vital dialogue on International Women's Day.
Thank you so much for coming in on time after the coffee break. Thank you to those who are still watching us online. And I've seen a lot of it going out on social media as well. Just a little reminder, you can see on the screen behind me, people are putting things out on social media. It's really lovely to share the messages, and we've had plenty of strong messages today with your connections on whatever platforms you so wish to use. But it is really lovely to share the conversation to others who cannot be here and cannot join in either in person or online for whatever reason. Now, the next event is a little fireside chat with Sharon Wheeler, who's going to lead the conversation with European Commissioner for Economy and Productivity, Valdis Dombrovskis. So please welcome them both.
Hello, everybody. Hope you're all feeling invigorated for the afternoon, and I'm very happy to welcome you, Commissioner Dombrovskis, once again to the stage. You're a regular and a trusted partner, and particularly on Ukraine. We're going to kick off with that, but I'm going to talk to you and take advantage of you being here to tell us a bit as well about the Commission's plans on competitiveness, which of course is at the core of the new mandate. We've had the launch recently of the Competitive Compass. And you, of course, are Commissioner in charge of economy and productivity. And I'm also going to ask you a little bit about what you hope to emerge out of the meeting going on, I think, as we speak. I believe it's just sort of kicked off the emergency summit of EU leaders in Brussels. So thank you for joining us. Welcome to all of you in the room and to those of you online who are joining us as well. We've heard from numerous speakers, not least from the last panel as well, and I think in the next one to come, of course, that we are living in very difficult times, and a changing dynamics, a time of heated dialogue, particularly when it comes to Ukraine. You've been a passionate supporter of Ukraine since, well, probably longer, but certainly since 2014. How do you currently assess the situation? And where do you see the impact of both the US recent announcemements to stop aid to Ukraine, but also where Europe can step in? Can we actually fill the gap, do you think?
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this invitation to EIB Forum. Well, as regards situation in Ukraine, obviously there is a lot of at stake as Ukraine is fighting for its own freedom against Russia's aggression, but also it's about entire European security architecture. We cannot feel that we will have security in Europe without lasting and just peace in Ukraine. So therefore, from the EU side, we obviously need to be ready to step in and do more for Ukraine support in absence or in case absence of certainty regarding the US support. Then if we look at the situation where we stand right now with Ukraine support, first, as regards financial support. Financial support, we are covered for this year. This is also IMF assessment that the financing need of Ukraine is met. This is thanks to the G7 loan initiative of $50 billion and the US contribution to this initiative, which was $20 billion, is already transferred to the World Bank. It was done already by Biden administration, so in a sense it's front-loaded. And it's also thanks to the EU's Ukraine facility of 50 billion euros. And all in all, we only from the EU, we will be providing financial support to Ukraine more than 30 billion euros this year from various funding tools. And also maybe to highlight, yes, obviously there will be gaps so we'll need to cover, but EU is already by far the largest financial supporter for Ukraine. So right now the EU's support to Ukraine since the beginning of the war amounts to some 135 billion euros and will go probably to some 140 billion euros by the end of the month. And substantial part of this, over some 73 billion euros or more, are actually grants. So, and
so
also.
So what you're saying is that in terms of financing for the day-to-day continuation, the resilience of the economy, we're going to be okay for the rest of the year. Part of that, obviously, is the Ukraine facility. You mentioned that. Actually, we signed an agreement, the EIB, with the Commission on that as well, didn't we? Earlier today.
Indeed. So on financing situation, indeed, one can say that the financing need is covered, and we continue providing our support. And indeed, just today we signed the guarantee agreement, European Commission with European Investment Bank, with close to 2 billion euros, also to provide support through the EIB in a connection with Ukraine facility. And there, I would like to thank the EIB's strong engagement in Ukraine support. Actually, EIB was a international financial institution or European financial institution which was very fast to react at the very beginning of Russia's aggression, which was in February 2022, and already in March EIB has provided 668 million euros in support, and by now it's 2.6 billion euros which had been provided, and we continue this engagement. But where obviously the issues are right now is regarding the military support and military capacity gaps which the removal of US support may create, and that's where we need to step in now urgently and consistently.
And that is partly what's on the leaders' table today. What do you hope in terms of specifically, we'll come back more broadly to the issue of defence and security, what do we want to see coming out of that meeting in Brussels going on now for Ukraine?
Well, as you know, the main topic is how to strengthen European security and defense industry and defense capabilities. Because also with President Trump's latest announcements and obvious policy shifts, it's clear that we'll have to do more for our own security. So we need to invest more in our defense. That's why European Commission was coming forward with this 800 billion euros financial package. Well, bulk of this is actually providing EU member states with more fiscal flexibility to increase their defense expenditure, but also coming with 150 billion euros financing package to provide loans with the help of EU budget. And obviously the contributions of financial institutions, including EIB, will also be important. I know that EIB is already working in this direction to see how much it can strengthen its contribution to the EU security while ensuring its financing needs. And there we are welcoming very much the EIB's work in this direction. So what we expect from this summit, of course, would be important to have kind of an endorsement of those Commission proposals.
The Rearm Europe plan, right?
Indeed, indeed. So this 800 billion euros package, but then it's also important that member states are actually following up and acting on this. And another important element is how we reassure Ukraine right now and how we provide more support, military support right now.
And I mean, we've touched on security and defense, and I guess, you know, that is one of the key things that has, unfortunately, or maybe in your view, about time, changed with this shifting geopolitics that we've been talking about so much here at the EIB Group Forum. Where else do you think the current geopolitical situation is changing the priorities of the European Commission, but also our own institution, the EIB, and fellow EU institutions?
Well, when this new European Commission started its work, we set out two horizontal overarching priorities. One was security and defense, and if anything, latest events show that we need to step up our work on this. And another was competitiveness of European economy.
Yes.
Because also to project strengths in the world, we need a strong and competitive economy, and there are many things which we need to do for this, and many structural challenges which we are facing. So that's why one of the first initiatives of this European Commission was to come forward with competitiveness compass, outlining the directions of work, how we're going to strengthen the EU's competitiveness.
And I think that what seems very clear when you listen to leaders, when you listen to debates and panels like the ones going on here at the forum, that there is a sort of understanding, and maybe it's a new one. I think President Calvino put it this way, that the economic competitiveness of Europe and its security are mutually reinforcing. Is that a sort of new thinking, do you think, that's come into Europe?
First of all, indeed, they are mutually reinforcing, and this is something which is now a necessity. In Europe, we see that the economy, global economy, and is getting more fragmented. Global geopolitical landscape is getting more conflictual. So, therefore, we need both a strong economy, and there are many things we can address internally also to compensate probably for less favorable external environment which we are facing. And also to have a solid basis for strengthening our defense industry and defense capabilities.
When it comes to competitiveness, where do you see the key role for an institution like the EIB, but also fellow national promotional banks as well, other IFIs, and the private sector, of course?
Obviously, to strengthen EU's competitiveness, one obvious need is that we need to invest more. To close our innovation gap, to pursue our competitive decarbonization, also our economic security, and there obviously the role of European Investment Bank is very strong in providing this investment to the European economy. And just recently we came also with a initiative how we are strengthening the programs like Invest EU, providing or unlocking additional lending and investment capacity for those programs up to 50 billion euros. And the EIB is our major implementing partner for InvestEU. So when we discuss those additional 50 billion euros of investment capacity, some 87% of this is linked with the EIB. Mm-hmm. So the role of investment in investment which EIB can play is obviously very important, but also, we must acknowledge that the bulk of this investment will have to come from the private sector.
Yes.
And that's where our work on Savings and Investments Union come in, how to mobilize that private investment. And actually, in coming weeks, we'll be putting forward this new Commission proposal on Savings and Investment Union, so building on already existing work streams of the Banking Union and Capital Markets Union.
And of course, that was pretty much the finding of the recently published this week EIB Group Investment Report, which talked about investment, which you've mentioned, integration, which you're just talking about, and also there was a third lever as well, which is simplification. I mean, the Commission has been talking about simplification for a long time. Why is it going to be different this time? Why is it been put to such a sort of high level on the agenda?
Because that is one of the important factors affecting EU's competitiveness. There are many issues we have relatively slow productivity growth already for decades, slower than in other major economies. We have aging population, we have relatively high energy prices. There are structural bottlenecks in our economy. But one element which also businesses are consistently highlighting is administrative burden. And actually, most of the SMEs are saying that they see administrative burden and administrative obstacles as a biggest challenge for doing business. So this is something we indeed need to address. So that's why we indeed have made simplification a priority for this Commission, and this is something which each member of the Commission will have to do in his or her area of responsibility, and my task is to coordinate this whole work, and that this is something which we'll be doing through the entire Commission mandate. And already last week we put forward the first legislative proposals, the first two in omnibus proposals, the one on sustainability reporting and another actually on investment facilitation, where we were unlocking this InvestEU additional investment capacity and simplifying also administrative requirements for both implementing partners and final recipients. And by the way, saving also some estimated 350 million euros for the EIB in terms of this simplification.
I know we're running out of time. I want to ask one question before we go. If you could say, can you reassure people that in this drive for simplification, starting with the sustainability rules, that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, as we put it, that we still do maintain the ambition on green, on climate action, which of course is one of the things the European Union is kind of known for worldwide these days?
Yeah, indeed. We had been very clear from the very beginning that simplification is not about deregulation. So we are not moving away from our targets as regards, for example, the European Green Deal and our climate neutrality target by 2050. We are rather looking how we can reach our policy goals in a less costly and more efficient manner, because sometimes actually excessive bureaucracy, excessive red tape can even hamper us reaching the policy goals which we want to reach.
Absolutely. I'd like to thank you very much, Commissioner, for sharing your views. That was a very rich conversation, and we did it in exactly 15 minutes. Thank you so much, all of you.
Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much. We'll see Sharon as well towards the end of the day. But now we're going to talk about how to partner for Ukraine's reconstruction. So welcoming back to the stage, Teresa Czerwinska, Vice President of the European Investment Bank.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear Ukrainian friends. It's a great privilege to welcome you to the panel on partnering for Ukraine's reconstruction. And let me start my introduction with highlighting again and again and again our unwavering support and commitment of the European Investment Bank to Ukraine. As the Vice President of the bank responsible for operations in Ukraine, I just want to reassure you that we stand with Ukraine since the very, very first day of this terrible war, and we continue to rebuild Ukraine every day, day by day, step by step. Ladies and gentlemen, Russia's brutal war deliberately targets people, civilian and critical infrastructure, and as we gather here today, the geopolitical landscape becomes even more complex and the role of Europe is of key importance. The war in Ukraine has not only reshaped the dynamics of Eastern Europe, but also has had far-reaching implications for global stability and security. This is why the EU's role in supporting Ukraine's reconstruction is becoming more important day by day. European Investment Bank, as the Bank of the European Union, is a key player in unfolding the resilience of Ukraine's economy and it will become an even more important anchor investor as Ukraine progresses on its path to EU accession. Since the offset of the conflict in 2022, the EIB has mobilized more than 2 billion euros to address Ukraine's most urgent needs, and this funding has been instrumental in supporting essential sectors such as water management, transport, and energy security, of course. In short term, our support means an emergency relief for people impacted by the war. Last year only, this has led to some very tangible results for Ukrainian citizens. Let me give just a few examples. 5 new schools opened offering safer, modernized classrooms and facilities. 9,000 people in Bucha now have clean drinking water. A new infectious disease hospital is threatening children in need. New business and trams designed for accessibility are improving public transport in 6 Ukrainian cities. Kyiv is replacing Russian-made metro coaches. Lviv is transforming a landfill into a green public space, improving the environment. And last but not least, as Ukraine's energy infrastructure came under attack, we launched 600 million euros Ukraine Energy Rescue Plan, keeping homes warm and lights on through the winter and sheltering infrastructure from drones and debris. Moreover, the EIB's support for Ukraine is not just about addressing immediate needs. It's also about laying the foundation for long-term recovery and growth. And let me share with you 2 very positive messages of today. Just today we signed a guarantee agreement worth over 2 billion euros with the European Commission, which we allocate to the investment priorities as recently confirmed by the updated rapid damage and need assessment, namely energy, connectivity and social infrastructure. The financing will be used to rebuild critical infrastructure, enhance energy supplies, but also to support small and medium-sized businesses, ensuring a resilient Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, but the financing is not the only thing Ukraine needs today. We know that to accelerate the deployment of our investments, we need also stepping up our advisory work with the government through the JASPERS program. So the second message is that just today we signed guarantee agreement on JASPERS program with European Commission to dedicate additionally 20 million euros for technical assistance for Ukrainian authorities for preparation of projects in order to be sure that rebuilding Ukraine and reconstructing Ukraine, we are transforming country's infrastructure and economy to meet EU standards. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me reassure you that European Investment Bank stands with Ukraine, that we are working very closely with Ukrainian authorities and at the central level, namely with the government, but also we have our boots on the ground. We are working closely also with local municipalities to ensure that our financing targets the most urgent, the most important needs on Ukrainian people. So with this, let me just leave you with the panelists, the great panelists, and I'm looking forward for the inspiring discussion and looking forward for partnering with public and private institutions in supporting investments in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now to introduce the panelists, it will be led by Andrew McDowell, the Director General for the EIB Global European Investment Bank, of course. And then the panelists for Andrew are Gert Jan Koopman, Director General for DG INES, European Commission. Lina Kosarny, Chief Executive Officer and Founding Partner for Horizon Capital. Rémy Rioux, Chief Executive Officer for the French Development Agency. Oleksiy Sobolev, First Deputy Minister of the Economy for Ukraine. Yor Terekov, the Mayor of Kharkiv, and Simon Mordu, the Deputy Secretary General for the European External Action Service. Welcome to you all.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Vice President, for setting the scene so well. And good afternoon to all our guests and our distinguished panel. I think we've heard the scene setting from both the Commissioner and the Vice President, but the task is really enormous. The damage that's been done to Ukraine by the war instigated by Russia and the cost of financing the reconstruction of Ukraine, we know will run into hundreds of billions. And that's the financial challenge. But beyond the financial challenge, we know there's a huge public administration, technical, and economic challenge. And our panel today is here to discuss how partnerships between Ukraine and its friends and allies and supporters in Europe and beyond can help address those challenges. I, for one, have no doubt we can address these challenges, as monumental as they are. Witnessing what's gone on in Ukraine in the last few years, we're reminded of the profound power of human action, bravery, courage, and resilience in Ukraine. So I'm sure most of you will join me in being highly confident that together, through partnership, we can overcome these challenges. But let's get into the details. And to discuss those details, we have a fantastic panel. On my left, first we have Gert-Jan Koopman. Indeed, in the previous discussion, we've been talking about the Ukraine facility. Gert-Jan is obviously one of the architects of the Ukraine facility. And I look forward to Gert-Jan's remarks on its role in driving this reconstruction. Next, we have Lena Lojarny, Chief Executive Officer and founding partner of Horizon Capital, who can bring a private sector perspective on how to unlock investment and growth and recovery in the Ukrainian economy. Remy, thank you for joining us. Remy Rouve, Chief Executive Officer of Agence Française de Développement, very active in Ukraine, and look forward to his perspectives on the role of public financing institutions and Team Europe in the context of financing recovery. Alexei Sobolev, thank you for joining us. First Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine, and can give a perspective, obviously, from Ukraine itself on the macroeconomic situation and the priorities in terms of what's going to drive recovery and reconstruction. Ihor Terekov is Mayor of Kharkiv. Ihor, thank you for the long journey from Kharkiv, which is not easy to get from these at the present time. So, and obviously a city on the front line that has a bigger reconstruction challenge than most others, even in Ukraine. We look forward to your perspectives. And Simon, thank you for joining us. And I look forward to a kind of geopolitical perspective on the reconstruction challenges in the context of the fast changes we've seen in geopolitics in recent weeks. Let me start with Alexei. Alexei, we know that one of the areas that's been the biggest focus for international financial institutions, including EIB, since the full-scale invasion of Russia has been the energy sector, given the damage that's been caused by the Russian attacks on the energy sector. But beyond energy, what other sectors do you see as being the key sectors for driving recovery in Ukraine and supporting reconstruction?
Thank you for this question. I think it refers back to your previous point about the enormous administration challenges, right? So to be able to prioritize it all, understand what's more important when, I think everybody knows this figure from the World Bank Rapid Damage Needs Assessment report, of 500 plus billion that's needed to recover Ukraine. So basically, how do you prioritize? And we in the government, we developed we have public investment management reform that allows to produce single project pipeline of the kind of public projects that are of higher importance for Ukrainian government. And there are several items here. In the social sphere, number one priority, I would say, is housing, but also education and healthcare and shelters. So then there's the second layer is the infrastructure. So it's where energy is, transport and water management. And the next is humanitarian demining and also kind of development of critical minerals. That's maybe for the public side of it, but also there's a private side of it, like what ignites growth. So we see a lot of investment right now in energy sector, in renewables, and we think Ukraine could be a long-term, big European partner in exactly this green transition, in renewables transition. And damage to the system that Russia does to us now, but then it also allows us to progress more rapidly towards the more distributed and less carbon-intensive sources of energy. Of course, the next big private area, I think that everybody is aware, is of course defense, and we can work towards more sustainable Europe. But it also goes hand in hand with industry, with additional production that could be done in Ukraine. And I think there's a lot of effort that the government is putting and the businesses in moving up the value add and building new manufacturing capacity to be able to sustain both the defense sector and the civil sector. Maybe here also need to mention as well the critical minerals, of course, world famous now in Ukraine. But it is true. So Ukraine is very, very rich subsoil resources, both in the critical minerals, but also on the energy side. So not for the renewables, but for conventional gas that I think, referring to the previous conversation here, Europe says that it has higher costs of energy. So Ukraine could not cover that, but could help definitely to decrease this dependence. Of course, agriculture is very well known, and I would also mention IT sector, that also very well known in Ukraine, and a lot of the business activity is going there. But the economy is growing. Last year we grew 3.5%. This year we expect, in the models, what we model in the Ministry of Economy, if the war continues for the whole year, there will be probably 2.7% GDP growth. So there is this growth happening. Of course, if there is a peacetime in the middle of the year, then the models are much more optimistic. And what we see, the construction sector is booming. So to be able to do housing, housing, social, education, healthcare, of course you need a lot of construction. So that what drives GDP growth, and of course defense sector. So a lot of it, and I know that many companies understand how innovative Ukrainians are in this sector, and I think a lot of GDP growth, economy growth, going to come out of this sector as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Alexei. Gerchan, I introduced you as one of the architects of the Ukraine facility, so clearly you're going to have views about how it should best be used. And in particular, obviously, Pillar 2 of the Ukraine facility, which is designed to support the investments needed for recovery and reconstruction. But in particular, what gaps do you see for the accession process for Ukraine? How to align the investment plans and the reconstruction with the needs of Ukraine as part of the accession process?
Thank you very much for that question. Good afternoon to all of you. Well, if I take a step back, I'm very glad you put this question to me, because it would be a mistake and underestimating the potential growth boost of the Ukraine facility to look at it in isolation from the accession process. You know, Ukraine is a vast country with a big market, but obviously if you think of Ukraine as a constituent entity, a part of the European Union and with access to the European Union market, then it's a totally different story. And I think that's the way to look at it. So what we are now contemplating and what we put on the table last week in Kiev on the anniversary, third anniversary of the Russian war of aggression, full-scale war of aggression against Ukraine, is two initiatives that go hand in hand with using the Ukraine facility. One is to fully integrate Ukraine in the EU's energy market by April 2027. And when I say fully integrate, I mean fully integrate, physically, regulatory, and in terms of capacity. Secondly, for about 80% of the industrial goods, we now have a plan which would allow Ukraine to be fully part of the internal market by the summer of next year. Why is that important? Well, because obviously the type of investments that need to take place and that we can facilitate with your help, the help of my two neighbors actually, three neighbors I should say, in Ukraine, has to be thought in a different light. If actually you could be investing in industrial capacity, not just serving Ukraine, but serving the EU. And if you go back to the history of accession, and you go back to 2004, what you have seen in that period was fast growth, 8 to 10% GDP growth per year in the countries of Central and East Europe on the back of exploiting the benefits of the European internal market. So the European car industry, to name one example, completely changed the geographical landscape of its supply chains and set up shop in these countries, facilitated with EU money. That's really, I think, now what we need to use the Ukraine facility for, in tandem with the accession process. Energy was mentioned. Industrial goods is another promising example. But Oleksiy has already pointed to a number of other areas where we can benefit from this dual hit. So for us, what really matters now is that we use the capacity of the Ukraine facility, and notably its second pillar, which has the potential to leverage up to 40 billion euros of investment, with a view to exploiting those potentials. And the more we go closer to the market, the more we can leverage. That's why private equity, you know, is an important part of the piece, why we need to move away from more classical plain vanilla products and actually try to ensure that this potential is reaped as quickly as possible. Now we realize, and I'm sure Simon will talk about that that's not going to happen without security guarantees. That's, you know, the alpha and omega. But once those are in place, actually, and that is a message of optimism, all the stars are aligning for a fast economic departure. Thank you.
Thank you, Herjan. Ihor, and you're going to speak in Ukrainian, so we will, I'm not sure if the translator is, the translator is here in front of us. As Mayor of Kharkiv, you obviously have a perspective on this that's quite unique. Your city has probably been more damaged and has lost more critical infrastructure than any other in Ukraine. Give us a picture, please, if you don't mind, from Kharkiv, of the gaps in economic and social infrastructure that have been left by the war of aggression and the financing and reconstruction needs of your city. Please.
Доброго дня. Перш за все, я хочу подякувати сьогодні за можливість бути присутнім і виступати перед такою аудиторією.
Good day, dear ladies and gentlemen, and first of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation to such a prestigious forum and for the opportunity to share our views today.
Сьогодні такий знаковий день для нашого міста, для міста Харкова, бо сьогодні 6 березня, і ровно 3 роки тому президентом України було присвоєно почесне звання нашому місту «Місто-герой».
Today is the significant day of our city, for our city, because 3 years ago, on the March 6, 2022, the president of Ukraine gave to Kharkiv, and Kharkiv received the honorary title of the Hero City.
І тоді війська Російської Федерації стояли на кільцевій дорозі навколо Харкова і прямою наводкою обстрілювали наше місто.
At that time, the Russian troops were standing on the Circle Road just near Kharkiv and striking directly to the city from the all means of weapons.
І ми були і є згуртованим містом, яке відстоює свободу, незалежність нашої України і українську націю.
And we were and we are the united nation that are fighting for the freedom and independence of our country and for all the Ukrainian nation.
Але незважаючи на цей жах, який зараз коїться і коївся всі ці 3 роки, ми з вірою і надією бачимо наше майбутнє.
But despite all the horror that was and that is now ongoing, we are with a great hope looking for the future.
І це майбутнє в європейської спільноти.
And this is the future in the European Union.
Так, ті руйнації, які зазнав Харків, немає жодне велике місто в Україні.
The destructions that Kharkiv suffered from, no one from Ukrainian cities has today.
Але починаючи з 22-го року, ми почали створювати генеральний план розвитку міста Харкова разом з фундацією лорда Нормана Фостера.
Starting from the 2023, we have started the active work with the Norman Foster Foundation on the development of the master plan, of the new master plan for Kharkiv recovery.
І тоді лорд Норман Фостер сказав мені, що генеральний план розвитку Лондона створювався тоді, коли Лондон перебував під нещадними бомбардуваннями з літаків під час Другої світової війни.
And at that time, Norman Foster told me, it's the time to start, because during the World War II, London was under the great bombardments. At that time, the master plan for London started to be developed too.
Що таке генеральний план розвитку міста Харкова? Це безумовно і архітектура, але головне – це економічний розвиток міста.
What is the master plan for Kharkiv development is, of course, the architecture plan, but also the economy development and the economy plan development.
Безумовно, локомотивом це є відбудова.
Of course, the main aspect there is the recovery.
Бо сьогодні більш ніж 8 тисяч розтрощених будівель.
As today we have more than 8,000 buildings destructed.
Сьогодні 160 тисяч мешканців Харкова без даху над головою.
Today 160,000 people of Kharkiv residents are without their flats.
Сьогодні 206 тисяч тільки вимушених переселенців з Донецької, Луганської, Херсонської, Запорізьких областях, деокупованих територіях активних бойових дій перебувають у Харкові.
Today, 2,600 internally displaced people who are staying in Kharkiv currently from different regions of Ukraine, Donetsk, Lugansk, Kherson region, Zaporizhia region, from the deoccupied territories and the territories where the hard bombardments are ongoing.
Тому нам потрібно відбудовувати житло, нам потрібно робити так, щоб люди мали повертатися після того, як настане справедливий, довгоочікуваний і довготривалий мир в Україні, вони потребують того, щоб повертатися до свого міста і повертатися до свого житла.
We need now to start on the recovery and for the people to come back to the city. And after we will have the fair and long-lasting peace, the people should have the opportunity to be back, and we need to be prepared for that.
Звісно, будівельна галузь – це буде локомотивом всього економічного зростання міста.
And of course, the construction aspect, the construction sphere will be the main focal point for the economic growth of whole city.
Крім цього, майбутнє Харкова – це, звісно, традиційна IT-галузь.
And of course, the future of Kharkiv is the traditional, as it was usually the IT sphere.
Це шалений потенціал людський потенціал, інтелектуальний потенціал міста.
It's the powerful potential of people, the smart people who are usually lived in Kharkiv.
Бо Харків це завжди було, є і буде студентським містом.
Kharkiv was and will be always the student city.
Це освітній центр України.
It's the research center of Ukraine.
І для нас дуже важливо, щоб було студентство, щоб було вище, щоб було життя і молодь перебувала у Харкові.
And for us, it's very important for Kharkiv, for students to be there, the youth to come back, and as it was usually always in Kharkiv.
Ну, звісно, як завжди, Харків був промисловим центром.
Also, as usually, Kharkiv was the industrial center.
І ми бачимо розвивати промисловість в Харкові.
And we think that we should develop the industry in Kharkiv.
Це галузі, перш за все, енергетичного машинобудування.
It's the first sphere of the energy machinery sector.
Це галузі аерокосмічної.
Space sector.
Ну і, звісно, оборонна галузь.
And of course the military.
І це дуже важливо, і ми здатні все це зробити.
And this is all could be, and we have the capacity to do this.
І, звісно, це економіка міста Харкова.
And of course, this is the economy of Kharkiv City.
Ну, наприкінці я хочу подякувати Європейському інвестиційному банку за те, що під час війни жодного проєкту, який ми почали, ми не припинили.
And in the end of my speech, I want to sincerely thank you to the European Investment Bank that during the war, we did not stop any of the projects that we have started before the war.
Це і транспортна інфраструктура міста.
It's including the transport infrastructure of the city.
І майбутнє будівництво метрополітену і закупка рухомого складу для метрополітену.
Also the future construction of the metro and the acquisition of the rolling stock for the metro.
А навпаки, знаєте, під час війни ми зробили ще один проєкт дуже важливий для міста Харкова, бо це закупівля електробусів.
And despite the war, we have done the new project with the bank on the acquisition of the electric buses.
Звісно, попереду дуже багато планів, і головне – це відбудова. І ми тут розраховуємо на підтримку Європейського інвестиційного банку.
Of course, ahead is a lot of work to do, and the recovery process is the most important here. And of course, we are considering the support of European Investment Bank in this.
Створення соціального і муніципального житла.
The creation of the social and municipal housing.
Ну і, звісно, відбудова нашої критичної інфраструктури.
And of course, the recovery and the reconstruction of our critical infrastructure.
Ще раз хочу всім подякувати і привітати цей форум.
Thank you to everyone, and thank you for this opportunity being here and congratulate with this panel today.
Thank you, Eor. Remy, we've heard from Eor and from Alexei on the scale of the needs and also the opportunities in terms of the critical sectors for both Ukrainian recovery, but sectors that can also support European competitiveness and strategic autonomy. We've heard from Gertjan on the framework that's been put in place to support that. How do you see the role of public development banks and national development finance institutions, such as AFD, in making this happen? And are we working well enough together as a system?
First, thanks a lot, Andrew, and to EIB and EIB Global for the invitation. Of course, it's a great honor, and I want to express my full support to Alexei, Mr. Mayor, Lena, all Ukrainian colleagues in the room. So on behalf of a member state, the Commission is here, but many of us are, of course, mobilizing to support Ukraine. In times of war raging. So, and I heard President Calvino reminding all of us that defense and investment, defense and development, we heard the figures, always go together. And it's extremely important to have both capacities at the same time to accompany the crisis ongoing. The public development banks, they know it by heart. Just reminding you that my own institution was born December the 2nd, 1941. It was born in London, founded by General de Gaulle. It was the bank of free France to finance that side of French resistance during World War II. The World Bank itself, I mean, was born in 1944, before the end of the war. You remember at that time we invented the notion of callable capital for an obvious reason. We had no capital. we were bankrupt. So just to say that it's not because war is ongoing that we cannot innovate like Gertian was pushing us. We cannot find solutions to invest at the same time as we are fighting. And of course, do it in the most collective and cooperative way. And here, of course, I want to express how, yes, Ukraine is probably an accelerator in building up this Team Europe. I mean, this powerful, highly collective, well, seamless, or let's say nearly seamless capacity of all agencies, public financial institutions in Europe on this very urgent, strategic, specific priority that is Europe. AFD Group wants to play its role. I'm very modest about it because I heard your figures, Andrew, and we are the new kid on this block, or no, on this, no, meaning Ukraine. I mean, but our strategy is really to try to provide and complement what's missing, or where we feel there's an importance to add capacities. Just in a nutshell, all entities within the EFD group now are mobilized in Ukraine. We started with capacity building with our subsidiary called Expertise France on justice first, administrative reform, and now we just discussed it, something about state-owned enterprise governance reform, which is so important, including in your ministry, Alexi, accompanying, Ambroise is here, he knows the shareholding agency. I mean, I think you call it the State Property Fund, to guide and to be the shareholder of key strategic, critical state-owned enterprise in Ukraine. Our other subsidiary, Proparco, I think invested twice in Horizon Capital, and we want to deploy our own guarantees for Ukrainian SMEs, but also with the European DFIs, for your consideration, we proposed to the fund, to the Ukrainian fund, a program very collective for all DFIs of 450 million euro to push for more private sector, more private investment. I think this is the signal that is needed right now for Ukraine. And of course, the last piece is AFD itself, meaning the public part. And on this, so we made urgent loans at the very beginning of the crisis in 2022 for 400 million. And now our mandate is to go at municipal level for now only. So hopefully in Kharkiv, Mr. Mayor, willing to take direct risk on municipalities for key basic services. But also we submitted another proposal to the fund to go maybe with the biggest cities, but also through Ukrekszimbank, a scheme that would help reach smaller municipalities all over the country. So that's, I hope, a contribution that would complement what bigger players are doing, and maybe, and I close on this, expressing what Team Europe is about, which is really these three pillars we are building. So I mentioned the European DFIs, which is the oldest, so devoted to invest in private firms, and somehow EBRD, 75% of what EBRD is doing is private sector, so this is our multilateral. There's another coalition called GEFIC with a co-financing agreement, very advanced on the public side. So it's KfW, Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, AECID in Spain, BGK in Poland, and AFD for France. And of course, we are working very ambitiously with EIB Global for infrastructure, for key components. And the last pillar is called the Practitioners Network. So it's the gathering of, I mean, all the member states, they have at least a technical, an implementing agency that is not a financial institution, but that can have a contribution in capacity building. And so they are gathered now. And so Team Europe, we could add to it the export credit agencies that are progressively also structuring. So I see these four pillars and their EU, of course, platforms under the guidance of the Commission as this Team Europe system. So, and now that we see what we are talking about, of course, we have to make progress under the next MFF to work on the division of labor, to work on the incentives, and to work, of course, on the KPIs for more and more disbursements, impact, efficiency. So again, I see Ukraine as, of course, Ukraine is strategic by itself, but probably we are learning a lot collectively because of the urgency in Ukraine, lessons that will be helpful also in other countries and other regions.
Merci, Rémi. Lena, you have been raising money from international and local investors for more than 10 years to invest in Ukraine. So since the first war in the Donbass, right through the full-scale invasion, you're still investing. Tell us the 30-second elevator pitch that you give to investors when you say, give me money to invest in Ukraine. And tell us a little bit about what your investment hypothesis is in terms of what's going to happen and where the returns are going to come from, and what could be done in Ukraine to boost those returns even more.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to say a huge thank you to EIB for this forum. Thank you, Vice President Czerwinska, for your unwavering support and that of the entire EIB team. You know, we are very fortunate to have the investors that we have, those who have backed us since the beginning, since 2006 when we launched, and those who have backed us since the invasion of Ukraine, since 2014. We look at the funds that we're raising. These are war funds. These are funds that are being invested, raised and invested and divested of at a time of war. And our latest fund, a fund that we started raising in 2021, but most critically, we had our first closing in September 2022 and wrapped up at 100 million more than our total. We expected 250, we raised 350, and that's thanks to investors like EIB, thanks to investors like EBRD, NIFC, and Proparco, DG, FMO, JICA, CFEM, Svedfund, FinFund, IFU, private investors, Aberdeen, LGT, all who came together and said, we need to make sure that Ukrainians have the resources to help themselves. And they recognize that in Horizon Capital, we're on the ground. We're not flying in, flying out. We have 40 people on the ground in the country. We are doing growth equity. We are investing alongside visionary founders. And we consider their entire companies to be part of our family. So today we have a 31,400 member family in Ukraine. We go through every up and down together with our founders. We're often the only financial investor alongside them. So whether it's the largest e-commerce chain in the country, which went down to 60 pickup points and now is back up to 500, or a retail where they're opening a store every 14 hours because of the kind of investment that we're able to make, whether it's the tech, which is very important. The SMEs in tech, they are, the hard currency revenue they were generating for Ukraine was a lifeblood. But more than that, to make sure that there is money available to keep funding innovation is crucial for Ukraine's ultimate defense, because the brains, the tech talent, those folks also have gone into help on the innovation front that we've seen in terms of the defense of Ukraine. So, starving that entire ecosystem of any kind of capital would have been disastrous for the country. So for us, we are in Ukraine. We have lived throughout the country, and Mayor Terekhov, my enormous respect for you. To have gone through what Ukrainians have gone through, and Alexei and all of the Ukrainians, 11,400 cruise and ballistic missiles, 20,000 drones, 35,000 glide bombs dropping 1-ton payload. It's even sitting in Kiev, we go into the bomb shelters every time there's an air raid. You would count up 77 straight days so far in these 1,100 plus days of war that you're sitting underground. And yet, it's that resilience that actually powers, that gives you that fuel to every day do everything you can in order to do more for Ukraine. For us on the ground, we are proud to raise the largest fund. We've deployed a third of it. Another third will be deployed probably by the URC in the next 6 to 9 months. All of us who are on the ground, we realize the importance of first equity. We are so grateful. You can't even imagine how every time I hear about guarantees and risk mitigation and blended finance facilities, how important that is for all of us. And I'll give you a very concrete example. The Xavier Niel transaction, the French telecom transaction, which is one of the highlights in terms of investments, that was possible because of Ukraine Investment Facility. That was possible because we were able to partner with Xavier Niel. That was possible because we came to him with a vision in December 2021. We owned the #1 broadband cable company. We were able to buy the #1 pay TV with EBRD financing. And then we had set our sights on the mobile operator. Of course, this is December 2021. Xavier was excited about the vision, wanting to explore, happy and conditioned that we had to stay as a 10% partner, which we were happy to do. And then, of course, the full-fledged invasion started. But they stayed engaged. They helped us. They introduced us to every single one of their CEOs. They're present in 20 markets, 100 million subscribers. They actively assisted us and then re-engaged. And we're delighted now that Xavier Niel has entered the country, has invested equity, Thanks to EBRD, IFC, the Ukraine Investment Facility, the EU Commission, France, we're able to get that debt of EBRD and IFC's guaranteed, which enabled them to proceed. Now that's a $750 million with acquisition price transaction, but on top of that, it's another $750 million in guaranteed CapEx. CapEx to increase connectivity, 4 million households, 10 million subscribers. And it's essential. It just shows how, with one deal, all the elements that are in place, that first equity, being on the ground, the reliable partners, the facilities put in place, how all of those elements are important. Now, what can we do to accelerate? We need to do more of that. We need more, and I say that as a call to action to all of my fellow colleagues, all of the funds on the ground, all the financial intermediaries, that especially those on the ground, we have to stretch more. We have to go beyond our current products. We have to look at how we can catalyze additional FDI into the country, how we can be the first equity alongside Ukrainian companies, Ukrainian project sponsors, to help them attract additional catalytic equity and debt. Because when we look at it, ultimately, our ability to stay in this telecom transaction, and it's not a large amount, it's a 25 million commitment on our side, but that was necessary in order to help accelerate the entry of NJJ and Zaveniel. One thing that I don't fault companies and funds outside of Ukraine who've never done business with Ukraine I don't fault them for not rushing in, because everyone has their market entry strategies. Sometimes they take 3 to 5 years to learn about a country, to understand the rules of the game, the political will, the rule of law, everything. And what we're asking folks to do is to accelerate, to move faster. We have to help them move faster. And the only way that I see is if you have those quality first equity providers like Horizon who can be their partners, help them enter faster, provide them the comfort because we know the market, and that's a way to accelerate that kind of investment. But that's only possible with the backing of the DFIs, and we're delighted to see that commitment. It's incredible what all of the DFIs have done, backed by EU Commission, backed by guarantees, because that's important. They have to have those guarantees, and what we need to do is just multiply those transactions like we've seen with the telecom deal. By our estimates, every 100 million that is invested in first equity catalyzes up to 10x. So 100 million can catalyze $1 billion. With the 1.6 billion that we have assets under management, we've seen it across the board that it's at least 10 times catalytic effect. We've managed to bring $3 billion to Ukraine and Moldova. Moldova is also an important country for us. We're the largest private investor in Moldova. And, we see it across the board. That equity attracts much more equity and debt, but it's important that it be quality. It be quality equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. I think a great testimony. A great testimony of how public and private capital can work together, particularly in the context of the Ukraine investment framework. Thank you for that. Simon, let's shift to politics, geopolitics. We've heard there's already, reconstruction is already taking place, investment is taking place, but we do know to really accelerate that, we need security. And particularly for international investors, they're going to need security. Tell us your perspective on the link between security and reconstruction, what we can expect to see coming out of Brussels today, but beyond. Thank you.
Well, Lena's just given us a fairly compelling example of how you can invest in difficult times. But I think if we want to take this to the quantum speed we need to make actually Ukraine the most attractive destination place in the world for reconstruction, and because of the accession perspective, we're going to need those security guarantees. And this is why I think the President Zelensky, is so rightly concentrating on this. And if you want to just take a step back and be ever so slightly cynical, I think there's probably not one single person in this room who could for 1 second imagine a scenario where President Putin would sit across the table from President Zelensky and say, well, Vladimir, we've had our differences, but I'm so glad we've settled them, and I'd just like to wish you and the Ukrainian people the best of success on your journey towards becoming a prosperous, liberal, democratic member state of the European Union. It ain't going to happen. And I think, Andrew, as you yourself rightly said, and Hetan hinted at, we're not in the 4th year of war, we're in the 12th year of war. This started with the illegal invasion and annexation of Crimea. It continued a few months later with the illegal invasion and annexation of large parts of the Donbass, and then with the full-scale invasion in February 2022. I think we heard from Mayor Terekov, the testimony of what this means on a daily basis on the front line in Donetsk. But if we look further away, look at Odessa. Last night, there was the 5th strike in 2 weeks on some of the critical energy infrastructure. There was over 110 ballistic missiles and drones fired last night, sorry. We need to make sure that this cannot happen again. It needs to be firm, it needs to be binding, and we need to make sure that any peace deal, and a peace deal is very easy. We would have peace tomorrow if Putin withdrew his troops that have illegally occupied Ukrainians' territory and infringed its sovereignty. We need to make sure that any peace agreement is just and sustainable and can also restore confidence and trust in some of the core principles of the UN Charter. And this is where the security guarantees come in. If we have those security guarantees, I think what it does do, it takes us into a quantum light speed for the reconstruction of Ukraine, and single-handedly will make Ukraine the most important investment destination in the world.
Thank you, Simon. I think we have, after this first round of questions, we have the opportunity to invite the audience to submit questions. I'm not sure who has the microphone, and I can't even see the audience because of the lights, so there we go, it's come down a little bit. Maybe reflect on it. If there is questions, we can get you a microphone, but let's continue the discussion. And Alexei, lots of European private sector here in the audience. What would your message be to European companies now, listening to the message of Lena and saying, okay, is now the time to take that step and invest in Ukraine? What message do you have to the European private sector?
I think that during the last couple of years, you've seen that Ukraine did a lot of steps that can install this confidence. So you should not take my word for it, you can see at the action, and I can just list some of them. So for example, we have a Ukraine facility, right? A great mechanism, so the funding is available, but it's not just the funding for the companies, it's also the reforms that tie to the funding, right? During the last 12 months, we implemented all the indicators in Ukraine facility, to the letter that was drafted before. That has never happened because it is really hard to actually promise anything during the wartime, right, and implement reforms, but we actually did it. So Ukraine is going to be in EU. I think there's no discussion about that anymore. It's the question of when. And on our side, as the government of Ukraine, we're trying to do all necessary. Basically, one important aspect that the rule of law will be sufficient enough for us to get into EU, because this is the will of Ukrainian people. People die for this, right? So eventually, it's and this is going to happen. What we aim, that is going to happen during the term of this commission, which is quite fast. on the business investment standards. And then we have this like huge transactions, like Xavier Niel deal transaction, and then the one that we announced during Davos of like 450 million wind farm that's done with the Ukrainian private sector and Danish DFI support. So like, it's not you're taking the word for it. No, like the huge transactions are happening right now, and a lot of smaller ones, and the companies are still investing. So even now, when the war isn't going and the rockets are flying, and but also not all the parts of Ukraine are kind of being damaged. There's 60% of communities in Ukraine that have not been shelled once. So like you need to come to Ukraine. Just because of the fact that Ukraine is going to be in EU, there's going to be peace. Like, okay, when, right? But there's going to be peace. There's going to be huge investment opportunity and recovery opportunity. And there's a huge need in Europe for what Ukraine has, like both security, energy, and innovation, right? So all these factors and the fact that, right, we have some homework done, they kind of tell us that, yeah, it's better to start now. It's not going to happen overnight if you decide to invest today, right? So you need to come to Ukraine, find partner. We're going to help you to do that as the ministry. We're tasked doing that. And but then, yeah, start doing business with Ukrainian partners, and then co-invest, do joint ventures, and then make profit and do good cause. So the last bit probably is sometimes people forget, or they don't know, which is fine, that this might be the end of the 400-year cycle where Ukraine actually wants to be independent from Russia, and we're actually succeeding as a country, like really. And sometimes when people discuss, oh, like security guarantees for this and that, so this is a 40 million people nation that our neighbors try to wipe out from the existence, like for 400 years, and like it feels like this is the moment where they get the teeth kicked, and they understand, okay, like fine, so we give up, Ukraine's going to be independent. So I think it's not just like the business, but I think business could take part in doing something which is one of the 400-year opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexei. So get in at the beginning. Remy, Lena, you'd like to compliment?
No, I just wanted to thank and react to Lena's intervention. You know, there's always a debate in the world of development finance about financial intermediaries. So there's always this kind of thing, criticism that we don't know how it ends up. We have a problem of visibility when investing in financial intermediaries. So I just wanted to highlight how, and this is also something I recently met with Hashim Shawwa, the CEO of Bank of Palestine. AFD is also a Proparco invested in. So just to share with you how human, how crucial, how exemplary and important investing in financial intermediary is important. Sometimes it's just something that keeps vital services ongoing, and that is so important for sovereignty in itself. And of course, we need to have persons like Lena or Hashim or others just to explain what we are talking about through these investments. So really, I wanted to thank you, and through you, of course, thank all colleagues that have boots on the ground in Ukraine. On our side, Axel Noss, our director in Kiev, Sofia Olinik as well, Alisa Rosanova, and for all our institutions, all those that are by your side, many women actually, but it's about, in the end, it's really about friendship. It's about cooperation, even if we are serious bankers.
Thank you. I hope, Lena, please.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to thank you, Remy. Thank you so much. It was so wonderful when we had that conversation, Ukraine House Davos, and all of that great work that you do. But I want to build on something that Deputy Minister of Economy Sobolov mentioned, and you know, often we talk, and obviously these are very difficult times, and what Mayor Terekhov, what myself, what we've mentioned, these are very, very challenging circumstances, but often we don't talk about the green shoots. We don't talk about what is absolutely astounding, where Ukraine is with the support of its allies, but where it is today. I mean, you know, the economy was at 200 billion nominal GDP, fell to 134 in 2022, and is back up to 200. You have exports at 41 billion. You have 46 billion of liquid assets. You have this strong defense and security sector that didn't exist a few years ago. You have this coalition that has come together in support. You have a country that, you know, I'm Canadian, and we look at this country from a natural resources and critical minerals perspective can be a 26 trillion economy from that part alone. You see all of the good work that EBRD, I see others have done, EIB, on the policy front, on the state-owned enterprise corporate governance. You know, I've been in Ukraine for 31 years. When you realize that, for example, Ukrinafta never made a profit, the government nationalizes it, and of course, all the corporate governance reform, the independent boards, and in the last 18 months, 1.5 billion in revenue and 700 million in profits. And this is a wealthy country. This is a country with incredible assets and human capital. And this Ukraine is a prize. It is an asset to be part of the EU. This is going to bring so much more. It's so exciting to even think about that. And I think those who, you know, the green shoots, you know, 95% of businesses are operational. And looking, you know, as a woman, I love the fact that 2/3 of every new job is a job that a woman is taking. 61% of new businesses, SMEs, and new businesses are being started by women. There's a transformation happening throughout the entire society, a digitalization, a rise of the new generation, a breaking of boundaries that is only possible when you have this kind of apocalyptic scenario that Ukrainians managed to transform into making the most of absolutely everything. So, I mean, I'm optimistic. I'm very optimistic.
I think what's coming through in the last few interventions is really interesting because following on from what Simon has said, of course, it's the case that quantum leap in recovery and growth comes from security and security guarantees, but it's also circular. It's the other way around as well, is that Ukraine's economic resilience is boosting its security and is boosting its position in its ability to withstand the invasion and drive for the best outcome in this disaster in the last few years. That it's a circular relationship, and that's a really powerful insight for us all in not waiting, not sitting there and saying we wait until everything is settled and all the guarantees are in place and then we can decide and we can calculate the risk. That we drive that process now, and it is being driven by people like you, Gertjan.
Yeah, no, I want to leapfrog from that. I actually think what colleagues are saying on the panel is that all the ingredients are there, and you know this misery, as was the case in Europe in the Second World War, has triggered incredible innovation in terms of societal change, in terms of economic change, in terms of, you know, it's transformational for the country. So if you combine that with unwavering support from the EU and a large number of international partners in a context that is now even more complicated, let us be honest, than it's been in a long time. But actually, we're not moving, right? We are doubling down on our support. That's what the meeting in Brussels is all about. So you add all of this up, and actually what you then see is a huge potential. When I look at Ukraine, I look at Poland, and I think Ukraine is going to be like Poland is now in 10 years' time. I mean, this is a realistic prospect. And, you know, that is transformational. Now, what us technicians can bring to this is also a bit of innovation. And I like what Remy said about this, because basically we also need to work differently. I don't think the type of conversations we have, the type of interaction you have, Andrew, with your colleagues in the EBRD and the World Bank, I mean, all of this is new and it's positive. So, you know, I think if we look at this perspective and you're a private investor and you ask the question, when should I invest in Ukraine? The answer is now.
And again, I'm blinded, so do alert me if there's any hands raised in the audience. We still have a few minutes. Oh, we only have 4 minutes. Okay, well, in that, thank you, Christelle. In that context, maybe a word from Simon, and I'd like to give the last word to the Mayor of Kharkiv.
Maybe just to pick up on what Lena and Gertjan have also been saying, we see this even in the defense field. We are currently learning from Ukraine. And actually, if you look at increasingly how some of our funding, and here let me also just take a moment to say a huge thanks to the EIB, even some of what the EIB has been doing in the dual use is leading to the development in Ukraine of incredible home production capacity for innovative drones that are changing the face of modern warfare. So we're even seeing it now that part actually of the security guarantees that we will provide will be investing in the Ukraine defense industry, which will ultimately also strengthen our own security.
Yes, and I see some of the member states are shifting the way they support. Denmark is obviously the case study in shifting the way it support from providing weapons to Ukraine to providing capital to invest in Ukraine's defense industry. Mayor, please, we give you the last word. Again, a perspective from Kharkiv, please.
Ну, дійсно хочу сказати, що дуже така цікава дискусія, яка зараз йде на цій панелі. Я дуже вдячний всім учасникам, хто приймає в цьому участь.
First of all, I want to say thank you for this super interesting panel that we have in this discussion, and thanks to all the panelists today.
Дійсно, сьогодні дуже важливо, щоб ми мали безпекові гарантії.
Today, very important to have the security guarantees.
І я хочу сказати, що дійсно йде війна, і жорстока війна, і постійні обстріли, під якими моє місто перебуває.
Of course, today we have this brutal war is ongoing, and the constant shelling under which my city is every day today.
І сьогоднішня ніч, на жаль, це теж не виключення, було влучання в багатоповерхівку.
And today's night is not also the exception, because we have the hit and strike to the multi-storage residential house.
Але незважаючи на все, ми повинні мріяти, але головне діяти заради нашого майбутнього.
But despite of all that, we need to dream, and the most important to act for our fruitful future.
І сьогодні ми повинні бути готовими до миру.
And today we need to be prepared for the peace.
Що це означає?
What that mean?
Що нам потрібно зробити все, щоб мати довіру з боку інвесторів.
We need to do everything to have the trust from the investors.
І як сказав мій сусід щодо квантової швидкості розвитку, нам потрібно бути готовими до цього.
And how my one of the panelists said here that we need those quantum speed in the recovery process, and we need to be prepared for that.
Це з одного боку законодавча база.
From one side is the legislation.
А з іншого боку, це все, що ми можемо зробити на рівні міської влади.
And from the other side is everything what we can do from the city council side.
І такі можливості, безумовно, у нас є.
And such possibilities we have, absolutely.
І ми будемо використовувати ці можливості.
And we will use this capacity and possibilities.
Як приклад, я хочу вам сказати, що сьогодні ми боремось за кожне підприємство і підприємство, щоб вони залишалися у Харкові.
As an example, I can say we are fighting today every day for each of the enterprise to stay in Kharkiv.
Ми на місцевому рівні скасували всі місцеві податки.
On the local level, we cancelled all the local taxes that we can for
Для того, щоб підприємства залишалися у Харкові.
For the enterprise to stay in Kharkiv.
Щоб вони створювали робочі місця.
For them to create new jobs.
Щоб вони забезпечували заробітну платню людям.
For them to ensure the salaries for the people.
І також ми будемо боротися за кожного інвестора.
And the same we will be fighting for each investor.
Крім цього, я хочу сказати, що буде шалена конкуренція між містами.
Despite that, of course, I want also to say that there will be great competitiveness among the Ukrainian cities.
Буде розвиватися і хоче розвиватися.
Because each city in Ukraine wants to be developed and will be developing.
І то місто буде переможцем, яке надасть якнайпривабливіші умови для розвитку бізнесу і для залучення інвестицій.
And the winner among the Ukrainian cities will be the city who will give these comfortable conditions for the investors and will attract the good conditions for them.
І для нас дуже важливо, щоб інвестори заходили. Для нас дуже важливо, щоб зараз вже йшла ця робота, не чекаючи, коли настане мир.
And for us, tremendously important to investors to come already now, not to wait till the peace will be in Ukraine.
І тому дуже важливо проводити такі форуми, дуже важливо, щоб нас бачили, нас слухали. І, звісно, я дуже хочу, щоб після того, як настане мир, ми зробили квантову швидкість для відбудови наших міст.
And of course, it's important to have such events so that that you can hear us, you can see our plans. And I'm very hoping that after they will have the peace, we will have this quantum speed for the recovery process in Ukraine and Kharkiv.
Ну, звісно, наприкінці я хочу подякувати за підтримку всім нашим міжнародним партнерам, всім фінансовим інституціям, Європейському інвестиційному банку. Для нас це дуже важливо і життєво важливо.
And in the end of my speech, I would like to thank to all the international partners for the support, to financial institutions for their support, and to the European Investment Bank. It's lively important for our city.
І, звісно, я хочу подякувати Збройним силам України, завдяки яким сьогодні ми тримаємо оборону всього демократичного суспільства.
And of course to say great thank you to all the military forces of Ukraine that are standing today for whole democracy of the whole Europe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to and thank you to all our esteemed panelists for what I believe has been a fantastic discussion. It's been a discussion about partnership, as per the title, about solidarity, about innovation, about risk-taking, about geopolitics, but most of all about courage. Most of all about courage, and about the indomitable human spirit and drive to overcome adversity. And for that, I'm very grateful to our Ukrainian colleagues. And I'd like just to ask the audience to thank all of our panelists in the usual fashion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Andrew, and thank you for that very deeply moving and important panel discussion as well. And that brings us to the end of the second day here in Luxembourg. And again, thank you for all of those who are sticking with us online and for all of you who are in the room. As with yesterday, you will probably remember if you were here, we had an ode to International Women's Month, and we're going to end also today with a little reflection on that too. We've got another panel discussion, just 2 people this time, which is going to be moderated by Sharon Wheeler once more. And if I can just ask you to be quiet and to take your seats quickly so that you can then go to network with a glass of Crémant or something else in just 30 minutes. But if I could kindly ask you to just take the conversation outside the room or sit down and not talk. Sometimes if I stop speaking, then other people realize something's gone wrong. So thank you. Thank you very, very much for taking your seats. And with that, I would like to invite to the stage Sharon Wheeler and her guests, President Calvino and Minister of Finance for Luxembourg, Gilles Roth.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for that. And hello, President Calvino, Minister Roth. Lovely to see you all here. And this is the last session of the day, but I must say it's one of the most important. We have, I guess it can't have failed to miss your attention that the issue of gender equality, women's entrepreneurship, has been pretty high up on the agenda during this forum. We are approaching International Women's Day, and that is obviously why we're here for the moment. But not only that, also because gender equality, women's entrepreneurship is absolutely central to the discussions that we've been having here at the forum about competitiveness and sustainability. And to use the phrase of the Executive Vice President Teresa Ribera earlier today, wealth that lasts. I thought that was a very nice way. We talk about sustainability a lot, and I'm not sure whether any of us really know what it means, but that was a pretty good stab at it. So I'm delighted to invite up on the stage now with me President Nadia Calvino. You know her, you've seen her a few times today, President of the EIB Group, and also Minister Gilles Roth, Minister of Finance in Luxembourg, hosting us here in Luxembourg with wonderful weather. So thank you for the weather. We're talking about scaling solutions towards inclusion and economic growth. We were talking earlier about words and the importance of words, and inclusion seems to have become almost a dirty one in some quarters. Not just the word, though, but the whole mission. And I wonder whether, maybe I can start with you, President, I wonder whether we can still take for granted that public institutions are going to keep the mission of gender equality up there on their sort of top mission list.
Well, thank you very much, Shireen, and indeed the last session of the day, but a very important matter, because it does not only affect 50% of our societies, but 100% of our societies. We are talking about how gender equality is not only the right, but also the smart thing to do, and the business case is very strong. And so public institutions, we should absolutely support this objective, because it brings to better decisions, more profitable institutions, decisions and institutions that think with a long-term perspective that you're referring to, wealth that lasts. And, you know, a study has estimated that by integrating the point of view of women, there is a 700 billion business out there that companies should be pursuing. So the numbers speak for themselves, I think, to confirm that the issue of gender equality and having better societies is the right way forward.
Minister, the finance ministry in Luxembourg is really rather exceptional in the way that you've put gender equality up there. You've got the Gender Finance Task Force, you've got the Charter as well. Tell us a bit about those and why you decided that these were important things to do.
Let's say 25% of the GDP of Luxembourg comes from our financial and banking sector. That's a very huge amount. And we have gender finance in our coalition agreement, in our governmental program. Why? Because I see, for the time being, we cannot grant anything. But we have to stick to midterm and also long-term perspective. And there, gender finance, of course, has its place. And we believe that gender finance and gender equality is something which is important. Why? Because it is not a cost, it is an invest. And if you listen and also have a look to the figures, there is a study which has been issued by the World Bank. And there they outline that closing the gap in gender, closing the gender gap in employment and closing the gender gap also in entrepreneurship, that will boost the performance of these companies. And that was the reason behind why we have set up this chapter for women financing in Luxembourg. And it was set up by 79 signatories of the most important financial institutions here in Luxembourg.
Including the EIB.
Including the EIB. It covers 50% of the workforce in Luxembourg, and we have 50% of women who work at the financial center in Luxembourg. But one problem is that in leading positions, this goes down to 30%. And in order to close this gap, we put the effort in order to boost women in finance and also finance for women, and that is part of the action plan we have set up last year. And this action plan is now to be implemented by 7 working groups with 11 CEOs from Luxembourg-based banks, and there are more than 60 senior officials which work all in this action plan. And this action plan, of course, focus on education, it focus on capital, which should be moved to, let's say, women-led startups and companies and entrepreneurs. And, of course, which is the most important thing, is also that we help by mentoring and also by accompanying the development of these women-led companies.
Can I here say, I was thinking it's not just a matter of words, it's a matter of money. And I think Luxembourg is getting it right by trying to position itself as a pioneer in this area. And just in the course of yesterday and today in the forum, we have signed and conducted 2 events which show that we are walking the talk and that it makes sense. Only yesterday we signed the groundbreaking, the first agreement with a bank, a Spanish bank, that is financing self-employed workers and SMEs in the area of pharmacies and also in the area of engineering, with a dedicated program to support pharmacies led by women. And we have signed an agreement. This is the first of our gender lab. And, you know, I've never heard of banks that were not profit-driven. So I think that the fact that there's a private bank that actually sees that there's a business case here is quite telling. And secondly, we rang the bell here together with the Luxembourg Stock Exchange because the EIB pioneering green bonds and sustainability bonds, we're now enlarging the scope of our investments to gender equality. And we rang the bell here with Julie Becker from the Luxembourg Stock Exchange which is also showing that there is a business case, that there is an opportunity. And I think that we have a shared interest in showing that Luxembourg, that Europe is a women-friendly environment. Also, maybe we can attract talent from other parts of the world.
Who knows?
Yes, but if I could react to what Nadia just said. Of course, we have in Luxembourg, yes, we have the skills in Luxembourg. We have highly skilled professionals working at our banking and finance center. We have also the tools. We have a well-developed Luxembourg Stock Exchange. It works in the field of sustainable finance. We are one of the global leaders in sustainable finance. And they listen also, the Luxembourg Stock Exchange listens bonds, gender bonds, or the bonds that are tagged as gender bonds. And we leverage also private capital. Why? By using also our fund industry, because funds can be labeled as being gender funds. And we have to add venture capital, which is also one of the recommendations done by the report of Draghi, but on a larger scale. So we have all the tools. And I come back to the figures I just mentioned in that study by the World Bank. If we close globally the gender gap in entrepreneurship, if we close the gender gap in employment, then we can increase the global GDP by around 20%. And the problem is that money which is moved towards, let's say, women-led startups is only of 3%. And this gap we have to fill, and that's also we would like to promote by all the tools we have. So we have a goal is closing the gap, and we have the tools which are the common tools we have at the finance place here in Luxembourg. So investment funds, and also the stock exchange, and I would like to add also venture capital.
Absolutely. And I guess just going back to that World Bank figure, I mean, I guess the point being, why is that? And it is partly, isn't it, that women entrepreneurs tend to pay back their loans, be very dynamic, often are very innovative. The EIB is doing a lot of investment in this field, isn't it, President Calvino, both in Europe and outside Europe. And I guess that is, it's not because it's a nice thing to do, as you said, it actually is a good investment.
Absolutely. We have been, I mean, women's empowerment and gender equality is ingrained in our DNA, is part of our projects we finance inside the Union, but even more so outside the EU. We have launched very interesting projects in Africa, which now we want to extend to Asia and Latin America too. And there are many examples which show that it is not only good from the perspective, from the financial perspective, it is also good from the security and stability perspective, because women's empowerment contributes to building stronger societies, more stable, more peaceful societies. So in today's world, I would argue that it is not only a matter of financial interest, it's a matter of prosperity, it's a matter of security and stability around the world.
And I guess that extends to health as well. I mean, we're talking about entrepreneurship, but we were meeting with the head of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, earlier, where they're doing a lot of work on women's health as well. When you put women in the driving seat in terms of health decisions, you also can impact economies, I guess.
Absolutely. When we're talking about primary health, when we're talking about women's health, we're talking again about stronger economies, stronger societies. Just like there is a clear evidence showing that when it comes to climate awareness, women are more prone to take the right decisions in this regard, be it when they're at the board or leading organizations or at home. That is also why women being decision makers in home decisions, you know, consumption decisions, there's also a business case there for companies to be sensitive to this issue, because that will be a good tool to reach their clients.
Absolutely. And that brings us to, I guess, the point on leadership. And you did mention good results in Luxembourg, but less good results, I think, when it comes to the big managerial positions so far. What are you going to do about that? And why do you think diverse leadership actually matters, Minister?
Diverse leadership is of a high importance because most of the studies, almost all, they outline that if you have a diverse and balanced, gender-balanced board of directors, that has the advantage you have a higher profitability, you have a better use of capital, and you have less clearer targets. And therefore, we boost also this through several actions, and we push through our 10-point action plan also women to become part of board of directors. And we appreciate quite a lot also the collaboration which is done in Luxembourg in several areas, but especially also in gender diversity with the EIB. It's a partnership, a long-standing partnership we have with the EIB. And of course, we can also use the tools in Luxembourg which are already in place. We have, for example, an international climate finance actor. And there we train managers to be focused on climate matters, but we can also extend the scope of this international climate finance accelerator to other fields, to social fields, but also to gender equality. And that's exactly what we would like to have in Luxembourg, using the tools, using the skills, and also using the expertise we have in Luxembourg, and in also to move this also to the field of gender equality.
We're talking about climate, we're talking about women, we're talking about leadership. I think I need to ask you a bit, President Calvino, about the Women's Climate Leaders Network that the EIB has launched and which met actually this morning. What is the thinking behind that, and how does that link to the idea that maybe if you have more diverse leadership, you can also deliver more effectively certain policy goals, be they health or climate?
Indeed, I mean, partnerships is one of the key words that we have been sharing throughout the whole forum. We have built strong partnerships also with the financial community here in Luxembourg. We have launched a mentoring program, for example, so that venture capital investors have more diverse management. So partnerships are very profitable. They lead to win-win solutions. And one of the partnerships that I think is bringing very good outcomes, and I'm very grateful to the teams in the EIB, and in particular Barbara Balke there and the teams that have been leading this network, is the Women Climate Leaders Partnership. We met earlier today, and I started the meeting, Minister, and I really want to share this with you. I was thinking, when we launched this, and last year when we were meeting together, I never thought that these 4 words, women, climate, leaders, partnership, would be revolutionary right now when we're talking about what's happening in other parts of the world, and how there is such a pushback to what, to you and to me seems obvious, which is we need to profit and use the talent of 100% of our societies. And the more diverse the decision-making process, the better the outcomes. And in the case of climate, since women have this special sensitivity, and companies which are led by women or where women are participating in the leadership have better scores on environmental, social, and governance indicators, we have every interest to share our experiences and to see how to use this leadership in a positive way for our societies. So I think that, collectively, we really need to, somebody said today, push back the pushback, push back against the pushback, so that we make sure that we continue to lead in this positive direction, which I think is very beneficial to Europe as a whole. And it can be one of Europe's strengths going forward in this brave new world, which is in the making as we speak.
Thank you, President. I'm going to come back to you in a moment, Minister, with this idea of how we can push back against the pushback, maybe a parting thought on that. But I also want to maybe invite by video, she's not live with us, but Rania Al-Mashat, who is the Minister in Egypt for the economy and international cooperation. She sent us a video message. We asked her to reflect on the theme of International Women's Day, which is accelerating action, and what that means to her, but also what it means in Egypt. So here's her take.
I wish I was with you in person, and as today we are here to reflect on the theme of accelerating action, the question we're faced with is what type of action can drive the most meaningful impact? The answer lies in moving beyond awareness to transformative systemic change. We need action that creates pathways for women to thrive in every sphere of life, not just as a participant, but also as a leader, an innovator, and a change maker. In today's world, we can't afford to sideline half of the population's talent, innovation, and creativity. The most impactful action we can take is to ensure that women's potential is fully realized across every sector, in business, in technology, in education, and in policy making. The impact of this would be profound. Consider this. Research shows that by closing gender gaps, we can unlock trillions of dollars in economic value globally. By more than the numbers, what we stand to gain is a more resilient and inclusive future. In Egypt, we've embraced this principle across our national development framework. We've committed to gender-responsive policies that put women at the forefront of our efforts in sectors like education, health, entrepreneurship, and green growth. We know that empowering women strengthens families, communities, and economies, and that is how we build longer-term resilience. To accelerate meaningful action, we also need to focus on key pillars. First, institutional accountability. Gender equality must be a box, not just a box to check, but a lens through which institutions operate. This means holding organizations and governments accountable for real, measurable progress on inclusion. Second, creating enabling environments. It's not enough to promote gender equality in theory, but we must build environments where women can lead, where they are not constrained by outdated social norms, unequal pay, or barriers to access. This means structural reforms. Structural reforms that promote equal opportunities in the workforce, comprehensive legal protections, as well as better support for balancing family and career. Third, collaboration. No single government or entity can achieve these goals alone. We need to bridge the public and private sectors with strong partnerships and shared responsibility. When businesses, civil society, and governments come together, we see faster results. Fourth, invest in women's leadership. Women must not only be participants in development, but drivers of decisions. By implementing and investing in women's leadership, we can accelerate growth and resilience across economies. Studies consistently show that organizations with women in leadership are more inclusive and make better decisions. Fifth, investing in women's economic empowerment. The most powerful lever for change is economic inclusion. Women entrepreneurs, innovators, and workers must be supported with resources, access to finance, and opportunities that they need to thrive. This is how to scale solutions that benefit not only women, but entire economies. Sixth, leveraging technology for gender inclusion. Technology presents an opportunity to close the gender gap faster than ever before. By investing in digital literacy, skills, training, and infrastructure, we can empower women to lead in future industries like fintech, renewable energy, and AI. The digital economy can be a great equalizer if women are given the tools and platforms to thrive. As we look ahead, I urge us to think bigger. We should not just ask what can be done for women, but we need to ask how women can shape and lead the future.
Very nice, very good. A manifesto, I think, pretty much. Let's stay with that thought right now, which is, I think, the idea of how we can enable women to shape the future. What can we do? Minister, what do you think? You told us a little bit about the task force, about the charter. Can you take some of those ideas to the next meeting of finance ministers in the EU and say, come on, guys. I mean, I know they're not all guys, but a lot of them are. Let's move here, but seriously, this is core to our competitiveness. And the fact that we see these figures of how little finance is actually going into this huge hugely promising sector. Seems madness, really.
Yes. So next ECOFIN and next Eurogroup will take place next week in Brussels, and I think the major topic will be financing the military expenditures. But I will come back to what I said at the beginning. That doesn't prevent us from also tackling the issue of gender equality. And in our action plan, implementing the recommendations given by the Women in Finance chapter, we have outlined mentoring, so accompanying young women to become the leaders, the next generation leaders. We have also taken into account the fact that we need to move more private capital for young women who are entrepreneurs. Then we have also to bring them to the decision-making process and to put them in the boards of directors. For example, in every state-owned company in Luxembourg, we tackle the 40% of women in that board of directors. In elections, we have also, let's say, at least 40% of women taking part in every list, and that is supported also by the government. And of course, we can share, as in other fields, the goals we fix, and the goal is to achieve a better gender equality in Luxembourg. We can also share the tools going from investment funds through gender bonds, and of course, we can also share the whole ecosystem we have in Luxembourg accompanying our banking and finance sector. And as a Minister of Finance, I kept my electoral promises, and we introduced a very favorable tax matter, which applies as from the 1st of January here in Luxembourg. That means that the first 400,000 euros in income for expatriates are exempted from taxation up to 50%. And that brings a lot of talents to Luxembourg, and of course also women, which are talents, and they want to work here in our banking and finance center, and also in new technologies like the fintech.
Well, I'm going to keep an eye and see whether we can't just get that on the agenda. Maybe not next week, but the month after. President, we heard from Rania Al-Mashat there, and she gave us actually, I think it was 6 or 7 points there. I'm going to ask you a mean question, which is kind of what, if we have to choose one or maybe 2 of those, to actually accelerate action, because I'm going back to this theme of the International Women's Day. What do you think we can do? I mean, there was a lot of talk earlier about low-hanging fruit as well. What can we do quickly? We want, of course, lots of things to happen, but what can we do more easily and quickly to make this happen faster?
Well, I think there are 2 things, and I have to say, throughout life, I have my view on this has evolved, and I think that regulation plays a role when it comes to having women representation in companies. Saying, well, you need to have a 40% target. I think that really fixates and gives a sense and creates the right incentive so that companies do think about this and do realize. And once this is achieved and there's a percentage of women, then it's quite natural. Then the organizations change and it becomes more natural. But with lower percentages, it's very easy to go back. And I don't think we can afford to go back. So that's one very important element. And then the second important feature that will determine the future is education. Education. And I am concerned because there is pushback, on younger generations. We see there is a divide between the views of men and the views of women when it comes to many elements that have to do with the social agenda. And I think it's very important that our education systems continue to foster these values, the value of inclusion, gender equality, which are European values that we should really be proud of. And here, if I may, I'm going to do something a bit, but can I ask everybody a round of applause for the men that are engaged with this agenda. You, Minister, but also all the men in the room. Because frankly, as I said in my first phrase, I think, this is not an important matter for 50% of the population. This is an important matter for 100% of the population. And we need all the hands and all the brains and all the mouths, you know, to pursue this agenda. We need to work, men and women, hand in hand, because this is not only the right, but also the smart thing to do for us and for future generations.
Thank you so much. Minister, do you want to say something? Or
One word.
Yes, okay, go for it.
Listen, I think Nadia is leading by example. We have in 3 very important financial institutions are led by women. We have Ms. Georgieva at the IMF. We have Nadia He at the EIB, and the European Central Bank is also led by a woman. So we have to show this, and that women can lead such important financial institutions, Ms. Lagarde, Ms. Georgieva, and also Nadia. And I would say the other thing is to push young women, and also by education, and that they are aware that they can also seize these opportunities in order to become the next generation of Nadia, Christine Lagarde, and Ms. Georgieva.
Well, hear to that. Thank you so much, both of you, for what has been uplifting, but also very rich in terms of the solutions that we can go for. Because if we are going to push back, it's going to be with the solutions that work. So thank you very much, and happy International Women's Day to all of you, men and women alike. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President. Thank you, Minister Roth. Lovely to see you again. And also Sharon Wheeler, of course. Thank you very much for a wonderful session. I won't keep you long. I know there's another networking opportunity outside with various snacks and drinks. So I hope you all enjoy that, take advantage of, for some of you, your last evening here in Luxembourg. For some of us, we remain here in Luxembourg. And with that, I just want to say, have a wonderful time, but please be here tomorrow for 9 a.m. Thank you very much.